Hello and welcome everybody to this wonderful Friday, August. Insert timeline date here. Around the 2nd. Maybe the 3rd.
Insert worst timeline date here.
Yeah, but welcome all agents and snappies as I'm learning. Today we are planning to go over all your great needs for anime over the season. Everything coming out for all this summer. What to watch, what to skip, what to just wait till it's done and then binge it later.
Yeah, and just a heads up, we've got a couple of more racy than usual previews this season. We have Mark the Stream, as particularly adults oriented this time.
And that's saying something. Ooh. But yes, a quick rundown for the show for anyone new here. I'm Agent, and this is Yuki, and today we're going to be going over all of the new releases for summer 2024 anime release.
That's right. Just a quick reminder, what that means is completely new shows only. So we are not covering any new seasons of anime. We are not covering any like major franchise spin-off releases or things of that nature. This is only completely new anime that are starting this season.
Yep. The one exception we do have to this rule are classics that are rebooting themselves from the beginning, because at that point that does count as a new release of a new series or a new update to a real series. And there are some shows that have never been given the chance to shine or were cut down way too early. If you're familiar with older anime, this might mean a 1 or 2 old school OVA run. If you are not, you live in a better era now than we did in the past.
Debatable, but yeah.
Oh, well, please, compared to like the 90s and 80s releases, like
in terms of sheer quality or sheer quantity of content available, for sure.
Hey, I say while we do still hit the same lows, we are still hitting the same highs every so often. They just don't have to be the only thing that holds us over for years and years.
Yeah.
All right, but with that done, we're going to give you a quick breakdown of what we're going to do. To reiterate, this is not going to be a check of the quality of each individual show, but what its potential is and how much it takes to get to know what you need to know to if you will like, love, or hate this show. Which the breakdown of our scaling today will, at the very top best, is the must watch. These are shows which, from either perspective of stories it's built off of light novel or manga wise, or other must watch talks from directors to studios, that earn this coveted status. This is the hardest. Honestly, I think the must watch is probably our hardest category to hit, just because you have to have built such a massive reputation outside of it. Anything from you on that one, Yuki?
Sorry, I'm just trying to struggle a little bit with the. There we go. There. Now people can actually see the tier list that you're talking about. Yeah. I definitely agree that it is the most coveted and difficult to enter category. I would say it's not purely based off of pedigree, of course. There are definitely some shows that will make it in there just off of having given us an amazing early season. But yeah, it's definitely the hardest category to get into.
Yep, and underneath them we have the 3, 2, and 1 episode watch list. Once again, while the must watch is a bit of a call of quality, 3, 2, 1 are not. These are how many episodes you need to watch to get a fulfill this. Do you need to give it the full 3-run episode list for some amazing twist or plot turn? Does episode 1 on the 2 episodes mostly for shows that opening episodes a bit too exposition dumpy, a little bit too trying to give you that hard hook right off the bat and doesn't give you the actual meat of the story. Well, then mellows out. Episode 1, you know what it is. It's up front with you. It's right there. It's a chocolate bar. You know what it is most of the time.
And of course, Skip, if you're in this category, this is a show that probably is not worth your time, most likely, even if you're a fan of the genre.
Yep, which, if you thought well, man, have we had anything in the Skip category before, actually?
I'm pretty sure we have.
You know, I might have to go through and make a bin of that at some point. Just the all-time Skip. It'll be interesting to do.
Yeah, the Skip trash bin.
Oof. All right, but with that, we are going to roll into our first show. There's a lot of anime this season, guys. We might skip over some stuff real quick.
But we do have 39 series to look at on our list tonight. We will try to move at a brisk clip, if at all possible.
All right, let's pull up. All right, Thigh Highs.
Yes, thigh highs indeed. Right off the bat, we're going into one of the racier series that I mentioned. This is not the official trailer. The official trailer for this is not subbed. And between some other issues around that and the fact that this is probably much more representative, we've chosen this to show you all to represent this series. So first off, we have Alia sometimes hides her feelings in rushing.
ねえ、ちょっとロッカーから替えのソックスを取ってきてくれる？
は？
先に脱いじゃったから取りに行けないのよ。はやく。
わかったよ。開けるぞ。ほら。
じゃあ履かせて。
は？
どうしたの？
いや、どうしたのってむしろお前がどうした？
ソックスを取ってくれたお礼よ。あなたにとってはご褒美でしょ？
いや、それがご褒美なのは一部の特殊な。
あら、違うの？
いえ、ご褒美です。
どりゃみんにゃ当時。
前から思ってたが、こいつのロシア語のデレは何なんだ？完璧主義かつ理想の自分であろうとしてストレス溜め込んじゃってるのか？そしてその発散をしているとか？つまりは精神的露出。露出狂なの？
何？
あ、いや、今なんて言ったと思って。
別に育児なしって言っただけよ。まあいいわ、自分で履くから。
いや、
Oh
その
boy
必要はない。なんだよ、履かせろって言ったのはお前だろ。
そうだけど、でも
さすがに育児なしとまで言われちゃ。
Lick
で
it.
もプライドってもんがあるんでな。
まだ心の準備が。
This man has no idea how to put on a thigh
おい
sock.
動くなよ。
そんなこと言っても。
あ、
どこ触ってるのよ。
Too bad it's not. You know, no. Okay. So, anime doing weird things sexually again.
Hardly surprising. Yeah, so I've been keeping up with this show, and I will also caution that in addition to like the fan service, this show definitely has some very, very strong little sister incest sub themes going on. So if that is the kind of thing that will put you off of a show like this, while it is mostly played up for comedy, um, if that's something that offends you on some level, you may definitely want to give this one a hard pass. Aside from that, though, this show does what it does very well. I do think you probably know what you're getting into by the first episode. It might take 2 or 3 episodes before you start seeing the aforementioned sister stuff coming into play.
I believe episode
Um,
3 is when that fully got revealed. But
Yeah,
yes,
I think it was kind of hinted at in episode 2, but it doesn't really come into play till episode 3. So it's hard to say if this one should go in the 1 ep or 3 ep bucket.
I would say 1. You know what you're getting right off the bat here. Now let me see if I can find it for anyone on the list here. There it is. I believe this is a good 1 episode. Like, while there is a bunch of weird stuff and other things that do pile on as the series goes, it's you know the basic for the way episodes are ready to go. It's just there's going to be a lot more twists, turns, and plot reveals as the show progresses. Which,
Oh, for sure.
hey, they're not just hovering around the same joke for the entire season. I'm honestly like so many shows that just do 1 episode of, oh hey, we did this joke. No, we're going to continue doing this joke. Hey, you like that joke? We're doing more of it. This has managed to keep me entertained, and this is.
That's saying a lot considering that this is well outside your usual genre preferences.
Yes. Oh, that was the thing I was forgetting. Our general genre preferences. I believe this might be a good time to bring it up. For anyone in the loop, we each have our own different leanings toward genres, subgenres, and types of anime. I will be heavy in your mecha and sci-fi category, as well as a helpful love of the trashiest of trashy isekai, where your modern day and slice of life shows. Blah.
I would say like modern or near future kind of military oriented stuff is probably also in your strike zone. If I'm not mistaken.
The edge of the sci-fi bit, like with the way
Yeah.
technology progresses, is like 10 years down the line when nothing's the same again. Dear God, help us. Also gets me really good just because. Ooh, look at what we can do. Ooh, this looks fun. Ooh.
Yeah. For my side of things, I'm definitely also an isekai trash goblin. That's probably our biggest overlap area.
We love our
But,
trash.
in addition to that, very into fantasy genre in general, as well as more kind of slice of lifey healing anime, rom-coms, sometimes romance. I do tend to bounce pretty hard off of like the boys love and sports categories, however, as well as often kind of bounce off of more of that like near future tech genre that I was just mentioning.
You also tend to bounce off the, what was it, Itama reincarnation genre? Or villainess?
Oh, the like subgenre with the villainous stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, to some extent, like it all just kind of feels the same to me. Most of the time, the twists just aren't original enough for it to feel like a different show.
I definitely understand that. But yep, nope. So we're starting off with a good old 1 episoder with a very slice of life. If it wasn't obvious by the clip in the title, the whole gimmick to that is the main love interest can speak Russian and loves to talk to. If you have any bilingual, trilingual, or second language people, do you like to talk in other languages to screw with your friends? And then how embarrassed would you be if they could actually understand you?
Yeah, so the twist to that is the main character can secretly understand her, and does not let on to that. But I will mention that while there is the incesty thing going on with the little sister, it's very one-sided from her side, and they actually have a very interesting and comedic dynamic between them that I personally get a lot of entertainment value out of.
If I didn't know better and didn't want to spoil stuff, I would almost say they're a bit meta with that, even.
Oh, for sure. There's even like, yeah, I will mention that the little sister character, because she is like a serious otaku, will do these kind of fourth wall breaks that are like meta fourth wall breaks where they're not really a fourth wall break because she's just doing something like she's pretending that they're in a show when they are actually in a show.
I can't tell if it's stupid that feels smart or smart that feels stupid, but it's definitely one of those two.
It rides that edge so cleanly that it's kind of brilliant.
All right, let's see what we got on the next trailer, Yuki.
Next up is my dear friend Nokutan.
Oh, dear mother of God.
That's dear
私は
DEER.
鹿と人のハイブリッ
なぜ鹿は鹿せんべいを食べるのか。
ド。様、セーラー服を着ているの。
その者セーラー服をまといて鹿の野に降り立つべし。古き言い伝えはまことであった。何このイリュージョン。
これが問題の鹿部ね。鹿部撲滅計画。何か弱みをつかまないと。お待たせ。ようこそ鹿部へ。めちゃくちゃ浮かれぽっちのやつ来た。そうだ。特別にこれをあげよう。あや。鹿。鹿。どうして鹿だ。角だこれ。それでも鹿しろ。やってこいや。これを使って。ねえ。使えるかこんなの。
Chicken nuka 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 kush dan dan. Chicken nuka 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 kush dan dan.
Yeah, this music kind of went viral.
部活の時間だ。お姉ちゃん専用の鹿なのよ。
Oh, this is my first point sound redeem on my channel.
鹿だねえな。
てっぺんトンズ。
Kush da da. Chicken nuka kush dan dan.
おやつでも食べるか。うまい。
バカな。
バナナです。
Banana.
This definitely follows in the grand tradition of nonsense anime, like
Who here likes
Ordinary Everyday
Nichijou?
Life, or Nichijou as the other, the Japanese title for that, as well as I'm trying a blank on some of the other names, but there's been several other shows that enjoyed some real popularity that were in this genre in the past. If you can kind of get past or understand the sort of meta humor that comes from all the poorly CGI animated deer in this show, it does have some great humor in it.
Oh, this is this show. Words escape me for a lot of the jokes and comedy. This show manages to be on point and funny from not just a good meta perspective, which it revels in, but even just outside that for a lot of the time too.
Yeah, it does have some slow portions, which makes me a tiny bit hesitant to throw it into must-watch. But I would say you definitely know what you're getting into by episode 1 on this one. Also, again, this is another show with a very, very heavy, like, incest theme going on. The main character's sister is a yandere level siscon that literally wants to murder anyone who gets between her and her sister.
Oh, as it just in a you're eating more of her time. You must be ended. It's
You were seen near my sister, I will take your life.
oh, but this is the I'm trying not to make a deer pun. It's on the tip. They're all on the tip of my tongue. And I'm resisting. But even the quote I mentioned, main character deer themed puns and iconography they really do use.
Oh yeah, the show is rife with deer puns and deer jokes.
Oh, I didn't know there were so. But okay. You were getting slapped into episode one. One episode, like you're really good. You're fun. I love you.
Yeah, if episode 1 doesn't hook you on this show, it's just not the genre for you.
It's because once again, it is a. I don't want to say the same joke, but it is kind of an escalation of that nonsense throughout the whole thing.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right, so we have 2 great one episoders. What do we got next?
Next up, I'm not sure if we actually have this one officially on the list, but we'll at least look at it briefly here. Suicide Squad Isekai. I have watched a couple episodes of this one.
こことは違うどこか新しい世界に行きたいと思ったことってない連れてってあげる新しい世界に
新しい世界いい言葉だまさに俺が望んでいるものさ
ここがどこかあんたたちが何なのかは知らないけど私の敵ってことよね
平和の邪魔をするなら皆殺しだ下品な奴らだ私たちは歓迎されてないということになる当たり前だあり見えてねえのかいいがねほら腹減ったそれでいいのか
何その悪党顔
いいから女だ野蛮な手段はこのまま
やっぱり私ってば天才
60時間後に我々の首を吹き飛ぶ死んでもかなわない犯罪者の部隊スーサイドスクワットが
Alright, before we dig into this one, I just want to make a special mention that this one is notable because the ending theme song is actually sung by a well-known HoloLive EN English VTuber, Mori Calliope. So, if nothing else, I do recommend at least checking out that ending theme. It's available standalone on YouTube. Just to, see that this is this kind of like historic moment that we found ourselves in, with VTubing kind of coming full circle and joining back into the anime meta in its own right.
Life just continues to get weirder.
Life will find a way. That said, I will be a little bit nitpicky on this one, in light of the fact that it had virtually like unlimited budget. It does a good job in some areas, but it early on used some weird CGI with some bizarre filtering choices that was really, really ugly in like the first 5 minutes, which was not a choice I could really understand well. It feels like that's kind of the worst time to do that, and it was the only time that they did it, as far as I could tell.
Japan likes to get way too experimental with CGI. I don't know if I want to say bad experimental CGI, but it looks bad 90% of the time. I very rarely hit like a weird CGI thing. It's like, oh, that looked good.
Yeah. I almost feel like this one was driven more by the US side of things. Like they wanted it to have this particular like feel to it, and that got kind of lost in translation or something. I don't know.
Warner, but from what I was
Go
going to say is I have seen a little bit on the backside. Warner Brothers has tried to influence a lot in this, and it feels like from the bits that have been popping up online that Wit Studios, I believe they're the main ones behind that, have been, all right, you can do this, but we're doing this instead over here, give and take. And it sounds like the Warner Brothers has not been used to this level of pushback from a studio.
That would probably explain some things, and I have a feeling that a lot of the better looking stuff in the show was probably a result of that pushback. Because one of my other nitpicks is that they went with the most recent version of Harley Quinn and the Joker, which frankly are their worst versions in my opinion, by like a wide margin.
You mean their current designs?
Yeah. And more to the point, they went with the like US DC style of character designs for the animation. So for instance, they eschew the typical anime eye styles. And go for more of the traditional kind of like beady-eyed, less expressive US animation style character models. And I frankly hate that. Like, if you're gonna outsource and have something be made as an anime, let it be an anime.
Yep, no, I'll definitely agree with you on that one. Other than that, though, as far as being Isekai Trash Goblin goes, it's a fun story. I'm always a fan of the villains
Yeah,
being
I feel
villains.
like it could be a little more cohesive at times, but I do feel like it does a great job of like having a lot of unique twists and just like the kind of chaos that you expect from Suicide Squad.
Oh, yeah.
And welcome, readers! Thank you so much. I appreciate the read.
Oh, yeah, well, was it just a fun little Herbert? Welcome to the Anime Impressions.
I
It's a
appreciate
fun
the
little
funny
read.
little read.
If anyone wants to stick around, you are catching us right at the start.
Pretty much. We've just finished talking about our third show, and we've got 36 left to go.
Yay!
We do. All right. So I guess we should move along to our next show, unless you had anything else to say on that one, or I'm not sure we were actually going to put that one in a category because I don't know if we had it on.
I did not. Unfortunately, that is technically also part of the mid-season, so Suicide Squad Isekai is almost finished. Nor if it's really fun or we've both ended up enjoying it on our off time, we will kind of talk about the mid-season shows, but we will not count them on lists just because of the weird places they tend to fall. And we don't need to redo these every so often.
Yeah, and I think this mid-season in this particular case was probably driven by the fact that they wanted to slot it into a particular release slot in the US. So that's kind of one of those cases of US or other foreign influence on the project kind of really meddling with things.
That it's a stupid Hulu release. And screw Hulu.
It's also on Max, but yeah.
Is it?
It sure is.
Oh. I need to watch it over there. The Hulu subtitles suck.
Yeah, also commercials frequently.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Next good show. What do we got?
Yep. Next up, Days with My Stepsister.
義理の妹という存在はただの他人だ。
Why are there so many shows about screwing your sister this
創
season?
作世界にあるよう
I
な
know
出
we're
来
only
事
on
と
it, show 4, and
現
we've
実は
already got
違
our
う。
third sister.
兄弟は他人の始まりっていうらしいけど、それが義理の兄弟ならば最初から他人で
Although not
最
blood
後まで
related
他人
this
のまま
time.
終わるってこと。
The only one.
俺たちはうまくやっていけるんじゃないかな。
私たち似てるね。ダメなところも含めて。これはいつか恋に至るかもしれない物語。
他人が家族へ、そしてその先へ。
少しずつ変わりゆく日々を映す恋愛生活物語。
義妹生活。2024年7月放送開始。
So, okay, again, yes, incest warning on this one. I will say contextually, this is a case of two people that literally just met as they became step siblings. So, if that mitigates things for you at all, then maybe still check this one out. It does a good job of exploring that area and territory. It is definitely like a slow burn, thoughtful, insightful romance kind of show.
All right, I gotta ask: is this? Do you think this is is two parents or two people who have kids dating and getting to the point where they married and their kids never meeting? Something that happens in Japan, or is this just a fetish thing over there at this point?
I'm not. I don't have enough context to say with strong certainty, but I think this is actually a thing that happens. And I think that's owing partly to the Japanese tendency to sometimes like remarry more out of like, I don't want to say a political arrangement, but out of like a financial and family stability kind of arrangement. Um, that's not exactly how they played it in this show. But yeah, it's certainly, I think there's this tendency to keep your dating life separate and private from your children, and not really allow them to see any of that. And I think that does sometimes maybe lead to these kinds of scenarios, and maybe that's why it became such a trope. But I'm
Yeah,
largely
it's
speculating.
yeah, no, it's just it feels weird. It's like Japan, like something somewhere is a problem. Please deal with this. But I
It's certainly a culture shock aspect, if nothing else, right?
yeah. Oh, that being said, unfortunately, I have not been able to catch this one. This is one of the few things that has just overloaded me.
That's totally fair. I mean, this is well outside your usual genre. It is extremely well done, though, so I would recommend giving it at least an episode or two at some point, just to at least get like a feel for it.
Yep. All right.
Um,
I have asked around a bit, and my people who have read the light novel tell me this is a great story. Only it's going to be an incredible slow burn.
Very slow burn, very, very strong character interactions. This is one that I think will probably survive and be talked about past this season. I will also note that this is another one of those shows where we're seeing a notable shift in perspective when it comes to things like LGBTQ and and like consent and things of that nature, that are explored in surprising depth in this show. And I'll probably talk about those a lot more when we go to the end of season on this one. But for instance, uh, there's a scene where they talk at length about um, assumption of like gender and pronouns um, and like gender attractions, um, and that's just not something I've ever seen be explicitly talked about and covered in an anime before. So like again, this is another one of those series that's kind of groundbreaking in its own regard. Even though that's not at all the focus of this show, which only makes it all the more interesting.
All right. So where would you want to throw this one, Yuki?
Um, Personally, I kind of feel like this one is actually kind of in the must-watch category. But you'll probably know what you're getting into for the most part in episode 1. You'll have a very strong understanding, I think, of where the series is headed and the type of series it really is, as it shows some of its underlying true colors by episode 3.
Okay, because like I said, I have heard nothing but good things. The bits I've seen of the animation look great. So if you said must watch, I would believe you, but you think just one episode?
I would call it a must watch personally. There may be some people who are put off by the more incesty vibes of this. That's the pretty much the only thing that really gives me any hesitation. But if you can at all stomach the like slow burn romance genre, and if you can get past that, then this is definitely a must watch show.
Alrighty then, let's move on to show number 4, roughly.
5. Wisteria, Wand and Sword.
Oh, and a Bandai Namco too.
幼き日の約束を果たすため少年は塔の頂を目指す至高の布陣で送るハイファンタジーアクション始まる杖と剣のウィストリア
I almost feel like this trailer was too short to fully do this show justice.
Well, I think it's the fact that our other trailers were extended ones too at this point.
Maybe to some extent. This is probably easily the shortest trailer so far. You probably have a lot to say about this one yourself, but I will throw out there this is very much similar to the series we had a couple seasons ago that was sort of the joke anime about cream puffs and like being super physically overpowered and going to the magic school. But like, what if that only a serious show?
What if Mashal wasn't a comedy?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's also pretty much the vibe I was getting it from it. If anybody else watched this might see it, Black Clover might also ring to mind. It's the problem this show has is it's throwing its hat into a ring where a couple of giants are already standing.
I would say that this show, at least from what I've seen, is intensely better than Black Clover ever was.
Especially at that start. I'm not going to argue that.
Yeah, it definitely starts off way, way stronger.
Oh, yeah.
But, that said, like, I can only... Okay, CG is used extensively in this show for sure, but for the most part, you won't be able to notice it without an extremely trained eye, because it is very well done, very high quality, and blends almost seamlessly with the 2D animation. There are a couple of scenes where I caught some like bad anti-aliasing or something like that that was a little bit distracting, but it was always like in background elements and things like that. So, I feel like, especially given the sheer amount and quality of Sakuga that this show is throwing at us, they've done an intensely amazing job with the CGI animation. It's fair to say that this looks, in its use of CGI, even better than Demon Slayer. And that's a pretty high bar to clear.
Yep. As far as the animation goes, I'm right with you there. It looks so good. Like when I read the description for this, when I started looking through the trailers, when I started watching the first episode, the story just was not going to grab me, but the animation wise, just so much. The problem is it's coming down to it's kind of throwing its head into a ring that I felt like I've seen already. Besides the Mashal, my other first recollection of this was the 7 Spellblades that we recently had not too long ago too.
That's fair. However, this one does have a little bit of a different take. Like, the only real similarity between this and 7 Spellblades is the fact that they're both magic school settings. but I think we're going to see a lot of the magic school setting. Like, it's really going to become kind of its own subgenre because of the existence of Harry Potter. Like, let's face it, the fact that that show exists is going to keep driving more of these through the years because there's a delay, right?
Yeah.
Where, the concept has to have a little bit of time to then become like light novels and stuff, which then gets like usually manga adaptations or something, and then 10 years down the road it becomes an anime. And we've hit that point now where the movies have been out for long enough and everything to have enough penetration that we're starting to see the huge surge of these um, genre inspired series. um, that said, again, yes, I understand that hesitance, but this show I feel personally stands above any of the other examples, which makes it pretty noteworthy to me.
It's
So
yeah. Once again, its animation is really putting its head above everything else. It's just I'm consuming so much shows like this. I'm starting to see the similarities in the story bits here. I'm just kind of right off that first episode. For me, that's part of the reason I want to say I really did ease up on this a lot once I believe it was episode 2 rolls around and they start explaining the world a bit more.
oh yeah, it definitely has some really nice world building to it as well. Um, that said, I don't know exactly where the plot is going yet. I'm really hoping they've got some good twists for us down the road. It hasn't been very like that hasn't been its strongest point so far by any means.
Honestly,
But
what this storytelling style has felt like, if I said classic Trigger, would you understand that?
um, I'm not sure everybody would, but I know what you're going at there. Yeah.
Uh, it's the 2 season formula of season 1 is a lot of character building, world building, just getting to know the people, places, and how things run. Whereas season 2 would be more of plot and story progression. This feels like it's building its world, at least early on here. We'll have to wait for the end of season to see how it exactly progresses. But I don't know how much of
World
this you
building and
watched.
visual hooks have
Yeah.
definitely been the priority so far.
Uh,
Which is fine. I mean, they might just be playing the long game here, and it feels like it has that potential. I'm tempted to call this a must watch. Um, I think anyone who has any interest in, like, actiony combat stuff, magical school, Sakuga in general, this will definitely hit for them. I think unless you're the sort of person that's only in it for like the slice of life shows or something. And even then, it has a little bit of that going on in the background.
yep. I don't want to give this a must watch. I love the visuals. I like the story. I even like a lot of the character designs for a not for a very basic look. They managed to make everything have a unique. You know what? It's probably the goggles. The goggles are probably throwing me off. The Digimon fan inside of me is just like, ooh, goggles. But this story, like,
Goggles kind of give it a light steampunk feel.
they do. They really do. This story, this world they have built up and set up in these first couple episodes, I love it. It feels unique. It's just I'm very weary, especially early on, without a lot of known pedigree behind it, known where it's going to go. This feels like they could mess their world up. I don't want to give this a must watch. I want to give this a 2 episode. It feels good. It's just I'm apprehensive.
All right, I'm okay with that too.
Because I think episode 3 was just more and more world building. I think 1 showed off a significant amount of Sakuga, and 2 gave you a good feel for the world, for the characters.
3 definitely had more Sakuga too, but you already got that by episode 1. So,
Yeah. So I think 2 was a good feel for this.
yeah. We'll definitely keep an eye on this one though. It has a lot of potential, if nothing else.
Oh, yeah.
Alright. Next up, Gigi Harem or Pseudo Harem.
Oh, dear God.
美術の課題手伝ってくれませんか？
Also,
人
sorry,
に
there's
物を頼むときは
no
態度
official
ってもの
subs
がある
available
んじ
for
ゃ
this
ない
one,
の？
so we have to use the Google Auto Translate.
だって絵のことなんてわかんないんだもん。絵が上手な先輩にやってほしいな。
男と生まれたからには一度くらいモテてみたいよな。
先輩、恋愛とか興味あったんですか？私が付きっきりで教えてあげよっか？みんなに秘密にできる？
もしかして俺のために疑似ハーレム体験を？
今回だけなんだからね。
やっぱ七倉の芝居いいな。
私も先輩の前で演技するの好きです。
Alright. I'm guessing this was kind of a pass for you, right?
I actually got a good 2 episodes into this one.
Really? Shocking.
I- I have been giving it a lot harder try this season.
Alright, alright. Well, first thing that I'll throw out there is this is a Billy anime. For those not familiar, that's the, like, Chinese arm of anime production that has been doing all the, like, Chinese adaptations and stuff for the most part.
I wondered why I recognized that name. I couldn't place it before.
Yeah, I cringe when I see their logo, because it's really a brace for badness impact for the most part. They've had their hand in a lot of stuff lately, actually. If you watch the ending credits of things, you'll see their name or logo pop up in the ending credits of a lot of other shows. It is what it is, but usually when you see their logo at the start of the show, that means you're in for something terrible. They've stepped up their game a bit this season, though, I feel like. There's this show and one other that are both at least vaguely passable. Whereas previous seasons, all the shows that they really put out under their own title, for me at least, were hard passes. I could not watch them.
For another little note to anyone watching,
before I dive in.
for anyone watching, Yuki is the better animation person. I am the better story person, so we also differ on that end too. As for me, story-wise in this one, well, they wanted to be. I think Pseudo Harem was a fun title for this because I don't know if the guy tries different tropes later on, but basically, to a love story where both characters kind of act in different anime tropes. That's the joke.
Mostly it's the female lead, for sure.
Yeah.
He kind of, like, throws her new prompts. The basis is that the female lead is an actress. And, like, she's in the acting club. And she basically acts out all the different anime tropes as different characters while sort of flirting with her senpai. The synopsis of the show says that, like, she tries to be other people to seduce him, which it's not inaccurate, but if that's what they were going for, like, having read that before I started watching the show, I was very disappointed in episode 1, especially, feeling like this was kind of the worst possible implementation of that.
Yeah, I think that's what initially drew me into watch it to start with. It's like, oh, this is going to be a fun comedy. That should be interesting. And it is very much more on the slice of life romance side.
Oh, for sure, yeah. It has, like, sort of a vague meta comedy element to it, just based off the fact that, you know, if you know your various girl tropes, like the tsundere and the cool girl and stuff like that, you know, they're definitely playing very heavily off of that in this. But, I don't know, like, episode 1 I felt was especially weak for this show. it did technically reveal like what the show is about, but you don't really get a strong feel for it until episode 2 or 3.
Yep.
It's not a great show by any means, but the fact that I've found myself kind of sticking with it and continuing to watch it despite it being a Billy anime, which comes with the character designs feeling just a little bit off, and like the show being very heavily sanitized. Like that's part of my overall issue with like the Chinese influence in anime is the sanitization of it, where like they kind of scrub away all the charm and everything, and all the stuff that makes anime like uniquely an interesting, quirky Japanese product, by way of bringing in like all of this really draconian censorship and stuff. So a lot of what they produce on sometimes multiple levels feels like sort of pale imitations of what you would get bringing the same concept from the ground up as like an actual native Japan series.
Yeah. Okay, so throwing this into the rankings, you think we're at one episode or 2 for this one?
I'm gonna say you need probably at least 2 episodes on this one to really actually get a feel for the like central core premise of the show.
Yep, one
because
was.
they're actually surprisingly light on it in episode 1.
Yep, one felt like an introduction, a setup, and then episode 2 got the premise rolling, I felt too.
Yeah. All right.
What do we have up next?
Up next we have
All right.
the other really etchy sort of not technically a trailer, because again Crunchyroll didn't post trailers for a lot of stuff this season, and we had trouble finding stuff that actually had subtitles. But again, this is also kind of more representative of the show, so here we go.
Also, content warning on this one for unaliving yourself.
Oh yes, the very premise of this show is very deeply ingrained with the main character's goal in life being to unalive themselves. So heads up for sure in advance, if massive trigger warning, give the show a wide berth, including this preview, if that is a trigger for you. Sorry, this is no longer allowed in another world. As I click on the cat girl's butt.
助けてほしいのかしばし待ちたまえ
Oh.
届かん
いや剣とか魔法とかないの
苦しい
ああもう何やってんのよ役立たず
いやあはじめまして僕たちはもう長くは
Hang around here a lot.
おかげさまでね
First time?
デスツリーはサクションのスキルを持っていて
Oh wow, that's actually the title that they put on this. Well, Crunchyroll knows their names at least.
それは良い知らせだ
どうしてそうなるのよ
君も本当はドキドキしているんだろ
だからどうして
体の力が抜けていくああグッドバ
おい諦めんなって冒険者マジやだ返事してよねこんな謎の状況で最後を迎えるなんて想像もしてなかったな何よこれ
また死に損ねたようだね
冒険者の猛毒により300のダメージ冒険者はデスツリーを倒した
何それ 生命力の代わりに毒を吸収させて自滅させたってこと？
冒険者はレベル3に上がった。
こいつ体内に毒でも仕込んでんの？
The answer is, of course, yes.
Oh, dear mother of... Like, I'm an isekai trash goblin. Even I think this show goes a little too far.
Yeah, it might, but at the same time, it's definitely entertaining if you can get past that content warning.
Warnings.
Yeah, I mean, the show's entire premise is basically this guy repeatedly fails spectacularly at his life goal of unaliving himself.
To the point one tried to do it, gets hit by Truck-kun.
Oh, not only that, but it is noteworthy that in this show, Truck-kun is a canonical element of the show. It is the truck of selection that finds people in the other world who are good candidates to come to this world and runs them over.
Which... I don't even know what to say.
I mean, it's kind of brilliant and amazing.
If once again, if you could get over how utterly, stupendously, mind-bogglingly dark this show is, it's a fun watch. Just asterisks.
Very, very dark sense of humor, for sure.
But plenty of good jokes that have... because they do manage to not just fall into, oh, he accidentally fails to unalive himself and then saves the day. They don't fall into that route. They do manage to keep everything interesting, all the characters interesting.
I mean, that definitely is a running joke in the show, but it doesn't get old and stale because it's not overused, and they have kind of a new twist on it each time.
Yeah. Although the protagonist's ability to just woo any woman he comes across is oh, come on. So he's a dark, edgy writer who's too forlorn for the... Oh, no, you know what? I take that back. I know exactly why all the women are falling for him now.
Oh yeah, he's the emo kid.
Okay,
he's the Japanese Edgar Allan Poe.
I think he might actually be, too. I think there's a bit of history we're missing on that a bit, but...
Possibly. Anyway, pretty good show. Definitely not a skip unless, again, that content warning is an issue for you. It does some unique humor with the isekai genre. It's very genre aware. So if you've watched a lot of isekai, it definitely it's a better show the more isekai you've watched.
The experienced viewer.
Yes. I would say it probably doesn't really get going until at least episode 2. Episode 1 is mostly just kind of introducing the basic premise, but you don't really start to get a feel for the characters and like how things are going to play until episode 2.
Yep, no, I'll definitely agree with you on that one. I would say 2 definitely hit. By 2, you know what the story's going to be like. There's not much further setup. I think there's the second main characters or third main characters introduced, but that's about where it lines up at. Overall, a fun, trashy watch.
Alright, next up is Failure Frame.
Oh, I know, this is one of the 2 you didn't like.
Oh yeah? I think there's actually 3 that I bounced off of really hard.
どんな手を使ってでも守り抜きます。こんなの間違っています。こいつら弱いから死んだ。異界の勇者。
この儀式はまだ続くのです。
女神の元には必ず戻る。
お一人で抱え込まないでください。
あれはここで失うわけにはいかん男だ。
誰よりも俺は強くなる。あの女神すらも蹂躙できるほどの力を得てやる。さあ、全面戦争といこうか。
Okay.
Would you like to get your anger rant or trash rant out of the way first, Yuki?
Sure. First off, this show has an absolutely sinful use of CGI. It's everywhere. It looks awful. I can't condone it on any level. It truly ruins any experience that you might have been able to get from the show. That said, the show itself, plot-wise and everything, also not at all good. And I
Crying it, but it's like this is the edge. This is 2000 edge lord through and through. This is the darkest, stakest, dumbest shit. And dear God, I love it.
Yeah, I definitely thought, like, two of the series I bounced off of hard had a lot of that going really hard for them, and to be honest, it's not something I really mind. Sometimes I even really actively enjoy that, but in these shows, it just wasn't good.
It's this is isekai trash to the upteenth degree. I would say the only reason the CGI doesn't bug me is because I was raised on Transformers Beast Wars, and that doesn't bug me.
Yeah, I mean, even as someone who watched, like, Reboot, the very first CG animated show growing up, this still looked awful to me.
Like, the only thing good I'll say is the monsters are so terrible bad on the CGI that it makes them come back to be fully monstrous again, and that's about the only good thing I'll say on it.
Yeah, the other piece too is they just reused the same models over and over and over again. And we've seen a couple shows like that this season. But the only thing that I'm really going to leave you all with when it comes to this show, rather than just rant endlessly, is that this show has a cat person in it, and I wasn't able to stick with it long enough for the cat person to show up.
I don't think the cat person... I've actually stuck with this. The cat person hasn't shown up yet. I was not aware there was a cat person in it until this trailer.
You see, I was aware that there was a cat person in it, and I was looking forward to meeting this cat person, and that did not happen. And I figured they'd probably show up by, like, episode 3, but I could not bring myself to endure that much of this show.
That being said, putting this on the list, if you are an edgy trash goblin like me, you know what you're in for by episode 1. They introduce a bit more characters in world episode 2 forward, but you know what you're at in episode 1.
I would probably at least give this show, like, a hate watch in a different season where we had less stuff to keep up with.
Yeah, no, it's this. This show helped me balance out some of the slice of life good feelings with garbage. But
Fair. From my side, though, I would definitely give this show a hard skip.
One episode, we will balance stuff out here. All right.
Alright, next up is the elusive samurai.
All right, hold on. Before we pause this really quick, Yuki, have you managed to watch this one?
I only caught one episode of this.
Okay, I was a bit curious because I haven't. Unlike probably you, like our audience here, I have not watched the trailers. When I go through episode to episode, I go in blind without watching trailer or reading description the majority of the time.
Same for me, yes. Occasionally I'll catch a little bit of the description just because, like, I can't help but read it as I'm figuring out what the show is.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I go into shows as blind as I can.
All right, so I'm curious to see what this trailer shows off.
逃げられませんぞ時行様。
私はこの鎌倉が好きだ。平和に暮らす人々の笑顔を見るのが好きだ。
まったく逃げるのと隠れるのばかりが得意なお子だ。同じ武士でも高氏とは器が違いすぎる。
怠惰、臆病、それでいい。お飾りの私に文武の力など無用の長物だ。怠惰でも臆病でもなく、それはあなたに眠る怪物のかけら。
噂通りの逃げ上手でございますな。足利が密かに後醍醐天皇と内通し、この鎌倉にも軍を向かわせているとのこと。
裏切り者の武士たちによって鎌倉のすべてが破壊されていく。死なせてください、私のことも。
では死になされ。死の淵の淵に立たされてこそあなた様の中の英雄は輝く。
Oh, that's a shame. So, yeah, I think I know what you were getting at, which is, this show has a lot of really amazing Sakuga in it, but I think they didn't have any of that finished in time for the trailer, so we didn't really get a representative sample of this show in the trailer, I feel like.
Oh, that I was going to say is this show is more violent than you think it is. Dear God, that caught me off guard when I first started this. This was just one of those, oh, this is fun, lighthearted. Dear God, that's a man's head.
Oh yeah, this is a heavy, violent dismemberment. As is relatively typical of like shows set in this kind of historical era, there's going to be a lot of people burning to death and dismembered all over the place. I can understand why you got the impression it might not be like that, because there's some stuff in this preview even where like there's a certain animation style to some of the scenes and stuff, particularly for the main character, that make you feel more like this is going to be kind of a lighthearted 90s style adventure romp. Probably because they fall occasionally into those sort of like face tropes and stuff that we used to see in shows like Tenchi.
Oh yeah, but no, this is a hard-boiled, beautifully animated Sakuga-ridden war story with a little bit of sci-fi and special powers in it, but very, very minor.
Definitely pretty top tier. If you're a Sakuga buff, this is definitely something you need to give a try. Personally, the only thing I really struggled with in this was the setting. I'm not super big on this kind of historical era setting. I can stick with it at sometimes, but that's kind of the only thing holding me back on this show.
That being said, what would you say this be, a 2-episode or a 1-episode show?
I only caught one episode of it. I can't really speak to whether or not it develops more in episode 2. It might, but I think I felt like I got a relatively good sense of what this show was in episode 1, but probably there's a lot of character interactions and stuff that you don't really get to until episode 2.
Yep, I'll say 2 on that one. I'll double down on that one. 2, just because while you do get introduced to a couple main characters in episode 1, if you don't know what you're getting into, you don't know how dark this is going to be and who's going to make it through and who's not going to make it through. Episode 2 really starts to give you a feel for what the other character interactions are going to be. From that.
Because episode 1 was really heavy on the setup, and it hinted at the end that there was going to be like a whole new direction to the show after that.
Yep, but it's if it can maintain its production quality and its story stays good, that's going to be a good one come end of season.
I agree wholeheartedly. wholeheartedly. It definitely has a lot of potential there, and I'll probably swing back around to catching up on it more. I had so many things to try and at least sample before I made cuts. That
Oh, you're not joking here.
yeah.
Like we don't have a massive list to go still. All right.
All right. Next up, Shoshimin: How to Become Ordinary. I only caught one episode of the show. How about you?
I've caught 2, and honestly, I was a bit confused watching this show.
Yeah, that was my biggest complaint about this show. By the end of episode 1, I had no idea what this show was supposed to be. I was not clear on what the central hook was. I didn't know what it was getting at. I didn't even know going into it that it was a mystery. I could kind of vaguely suss that out by the end of episode 1. But even then, there was no, like, overarching mystery for them to solve. It was just like a standalone thing that happened.
Yep, I went out and asked a buddy of mine who really likes these slower paced slice of life shows. Like, okay, like what is this? Because I'm obviously not understanding this right now. And the explanation he gave me was it's 2 autistic people just living their lives.
Yeah, I think that's fair. The characters definitely have some, like, strong autism coding to them. Even though they're not presented as being like definitively autistic. That said, the backgrounds in this show are very highly detailed. If you like really gorgeous, well rendered contemporary background art, this is something that will have some appeal for you there. There's certainly nothing overtly visually offensive about this show. It definitely feels like they kind of spread their budget out throughout the whole series to keep things looking pretty consistently nice. But it's definitely a hard sell when you come out of watching it not understanding what its selling point is supposed to be.
Like, well, just no. It's just that I didn't understand what I'm trying not to just rag on this and throw it in the skip because it feels like it's well done, but I had to ask somebody what the plot was after watching 2 episodes of this.
Yeah. Again, on like the production value side, great show. In terms of like pacing and like plot introduction, they could have done a lot better. And it's hard to say exactly where the failure point for that was. I'm same boat as you. Like, I don't feel like this is a hard skip. If you like this kind of like slow burn, contemporary setting school show with maybe like a light mystery element, feel free to dig into this. I can't actually say where to put it in terms.
Yeah, it's like 1 episode for you're just confused, 3 episodes to get a feel for it. It's
I'd say this is probably a 3-ep, if only because both you and I were still confused as to where it was going by the end of episode 2.
Okay, then. With that, let's head on to the next one. How long is the next trailer?
Next trailer is a minute and a half.
Okay. Let's play it up. What are we on? 2.5? Oh, okay.
Yep, 2.5 dimensional seduction.
Let's go.
俺の嫁はリリエル。3次元の女子には
Let me try and get some subtitles in here for everybody. There we
興
go.
味はないんでな。
先輩なら信用できると思ったんです。リリエルになりたいんです。
なりたい。
大好きなあのキャラが現実にいるって見る人にそう思わせるコスプレにしたいんです。
回転81はセンターの扉へ。本物だ。かわいい。これは断じて恋。
アシュフォード様。
などでは。
いよいよロゴを作ってイベントに出ます。燃えてきました。
やる気出ちゃってる。
あんた先輩のことどう思ってんの？ 私コスプレしたくなってきました。
もう脱いでる。
立派なオタクに育って
先生、全て一緒にやると俺はそう約束したんだ。
先輩、もしかしてこれ間に合いませんかね。
二人でやればなんとかなる。二人で頑張るぞリリサ。
写真はコンビで作るでござる。
今日はよろしくね。
リリサはすごいよ。
負けるわけには。あの子は才能あるわ。コスプレは私が私になるための魔法の鎧で武器なんです。
二人で行けるところまで行ってみよ
う。先輩がついてる。私はコスプレイヤーです。
Alright. I don't want to rag on this series too much because I actually do honestly enjoy it. But it must be said, because the comparison is inevitable, that this is very much we have my dress-up darling at home.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have not been. This has been one of the ones that have just completely eluded me. So, and hello, Panda.
Hi, Panda. Yeah, this is one of those series that's a high dive show. So understandable. I know sometimes you don't get to the high dive stuff, and also it's kind of outside your genres.
Oh, it's very much outside my genres.
Yeah. So this series, like I said, it's we have my dress up darling at home. Like, if you didn't know all the quality that show had, and you went into that show with no like just expecting a typical anime, it would be this show. It's got like harem themes and all the usual tropes. That said, like, putting aside the greatly reduced animation and quality and stuff that it has in comparison to My Dress Up Darling, like, it's really not fair to compare these two shows, even though they're similar subject matter, because one just clearly was, like, given all the advantages, and this one is very much like a budget production. And that said, like, it still does a decent job of being what it's supposed to be. It's fan servicey. Not Deaf Deer Robots. Yeah, we passed the Deer Robot show already. We certainly do have that represented this series, or this season.
Yep. Panda, is that sound alert playing correctly on my side? I know I tweaked it the other day. I wasn't sure if it's just off or it's a bit on this.
I will say that while My Dress Up Darling had, like, an interesting thing going for it, where it's like two characters from different worlds that kind of connect over the shared interest, this one takes a different approach, which is that it is two really hardcore otaku and sort of their love story as they connect over their shared interest. And I feel like there's room for that. I feel like that's something that doesn't really get the kind of attention and representation it deserves, given that that is the community that all of this content tends to be consumed by. And so from that perspective, it's interesting to me, even though it's not necessarily the most amazing execution of that, and is, you know, a very tropey execution of that. But still, I would like to see more geek on geek. Nice try, Panda. Geek on geek love stories going forward in the future, and it's nice to see a little bit of that representation here. Wow.
All right,
So,
where would you like to throw this?
I think you really you get a decent idea of where this is going by episode 1. Episode 2 introduces like the second major character. So you probably need to do at least episode 2 to really understand everything that's going on. I'm a little on the fence there. I think you probably know enough by the end of episode 1 to decide if this is going to be a show that you'll enjoy or not.
All right, then. We'll put that up to 2. And then we'll play up the next trailer.
Yep. Next up, the strongest magician in the Demon Lord's army was a human.
何か企んでいるとは思いましたが、そんなものですか。我は魔王軍第7軍団所属、不死旅団団長アイク。魔王軍に抵抗すると何人であろうとも処罰される。分かったか。
さあ掃除を始めようか。アリ一匹も残すな。
アイク様と約束してるからね。死なない程度にしてあげる。私はご主人様のためにお仕事をしていただけです。
この人は天才だ。魔王軍の懐刀と言われる理由が分かった。
やはり貴様は他の魔族とは一味違う。
私の目標は魔族と人間が共存することです。なぜなら俺は魔族ではなく人間だからだ。魔王軍は俺のものにな。お前も我が軍。
俺たちは魔族だ。痛めつけることこそが快楽だろ。
魔族とは力を持つ者ほどより多くを求める。
だが他者を踏みにじる者が人の上に立つ世界は間違っている。お前はここまでだ。
I'm guessing this is the third one you were bouncing off of, or the second?
No. This is not, in fact, one of the shows I bounced off of. I was interested, actually, to see what your guess would be there. But while this is another very edgelordy fantasy show, it plays out like an isekai and is definitely like isekai trash goblin content, even though it, as far as I can tell, is not technically an isekai, but rather, strictly speaking, it is a pure fantasy show. This one, despite the awful CG in it, I feel like I'm somehow more willing to give it a pass as that being a severe budget limitation. And this show just trying to do something on a scale that it simply didn't have the budget to do. But like we had a show last season where, you know, the whole final battle was like all skeletons that were bad CGI when they were supposed to be like orcs and stuff. This show, I feel like, is at least a step above that, where yes, they're using the same models over and over, but at least they're kind of like the correct models, and they're doing it so that they can show these large-scale battles.
Oh no, there was
no money to work with.
There's very much a point where we're fighting skeletons, and it shows goblins.
I think it was the other way around. The final battle in that show was supposed to be goblins and.
Oh no,
orcs,
I meant this show. I meant this one. Yep.
Oh, maybe. I didn't catch that. If so, but this show definitely does have skeletons that they use on a regular basis too.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, I don't know. It's if you like that kind of isekai subgenre where it's like people using their knowledge from the other world to advance the technology level and stuff in the world that they've ended up in, or if you're very into edgelordy stuff, this will probably be for you. Don't expect anything from the animation quality. The main character even is frequently CG that it doesn't look all that nice.
Oh no, but a handful of fun fan service bits,
do a
but
lot of still frames to try to get around that.
Oh yeah, this show does not have a budget. It is based off at least a manga, if not a light novel that I have actually read ways back. So this is an old this is a deep dig for them.
It feels very light novel-y, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was adapted into a manga before being adapted into an anime.
Yeah, so this is more from this is from around the time of the boom. Although I don't know if it's I don't want to look up how old it actually is. That being said, the story on this one, exactly what it says on the cover on that one, but does it keep the twist of, oh, I have to keep it secret from like the Demon Lord, like my commander, and it's everybody, almost everybody who's in a position of power to know knows. So that is not kept in the dark long.
Very quickly, it ends up kind of spinning around. But if you're the kind of person who enjoyed like moonlight fantasy and shows like that, this will probably have some appeal for you.
Yep.
That said, you probably know what you're getting into by the end of episode 1 or 2.
I would say 1 gives you the best feel for it. 2 at that point is just more world building.
Yeah, that's fair. All right. Anything else you'd like to add on this one?
Nope. I'm pretty sure that felt good. A 1 episode is a good feel on that one. Other than that, it's late games. It's late show spoilers, and I don't really think that matters too much.
Fair enough. All right. Next up, we have I Parry Everything. This was another High Dive release.
俺は冒険者になる。
ここまでで覚えたのは攻撃を弾くパリーのみ。
すまんが、それじゃあ冒険者の登録はしてやれねえ。
この14年、一日も欠かさず鍛錬をして、パリーが少し上達しただけだ。人の役に立ちたいという夢は叶ったんだ。これ以上は贅沢かもしれないな。俺はこの程度だ。世界を旅して冒険に出たいなどと。
リンネブルグ、クレイスと申します。私をノール様の従者にしていただきたいのです。
私はできうる限りあなたの力となろう。助けが必要なら言ってくれ。
あなたは僕が魔族が怖くないの？私の追い求めた答えが我々クレイス王家が代々求めた至上の強さがきっとこの人の中にあるのだから。叫べ何度でも未来へ覚醒するマリー、心と体燃えたぎった時。
たとえ冒険団の主人公になれなくても目の前で怯える少女くらいは守りたい。
どんな困難があっても仲間のために、弱い人たちのために剣を振るって悪を倒す。それが冒険者だ。
Alright. I will say that this show and Osan Newbie Adventurer have at their core very similar concepts, but much different executions and style takes on those concepts.
Dear God, do they?
Yeah, Newbie Adventurer, which we haven't talked about yet, is much more in like the comedy, like Mashal style show, whereas this plays it a bit more straight, even though it does have some humor to it around the fact that the main character just doesn't understand how incredibly powerful they actually are.
He can only parry every attack thrown at him. Of course I was really happy with this show at episode 1. I liked it at episode 2. Then by episode 3, I realized that's all this show is going to do. Repeatedly. I enjoyed its joke. Like, I think I've commented a couple times of they evolved the joke. They take it in another bit. They do it's like, this show has not. This show has just done, oh, I'm so weak, I can't do anything. Oh, everyone keeps misunderstanding that I'm weak or I'm strong or they're not communicating. This is a show.
I feel like this is a 3-episode show, if only because you need to contextually understand that things are going to stay the same, and you don't really feel that until episode 3.
Yeah, and it was just like I hit that point, and it was just it's that anime trope of if anybody acted like a what would be the word here talkative human being and discussed things with each other or made a basic comment on stuff, a lot more would happen.
Yeah, and I think there's shows like this suffer a little bit from a localization problem where Japanese is a very, very imprecise language that leaves a lot of room for misinterpretation because the way that it's structured and everything requires you to fill in a lot of blanks as to what the other person is saying, and kind of like follow a like they'll in Japanese when you're expressing something there'll be maybe 2 or 3 dots in the sentence that you're expected to connect to arrive at dot 16 of what the person was actually saying. Whereas in English, you probably English is not the most precise language. I'd say we probably give maybe like 5 to 7 of those dots, um, as opposed to something like French, where every single one of those dots is going to be precisely spelled out from beginning to end in order for you to reach that conclusion. So culturally, we're not used to having this level of misunderstandings. Um, but at the same time, it's certainly played up for the humor of it and everything as well. And i if you're the kind of person that gets frustrated by that in a show, this is definitely not the show for you.
And it just continues and continues and continues to build throughout the show. Like I could deal with a little bit of that. I can deal with a model bit about that. This show, it's the main gimmick. The show is going to revolve around that misunderstanding consistently.
That said, I have stuck with this one. I think there's just one episode that released today that I didn't get a chance to finish watching. But I don't know. It's still not a bad ride. It just definitely you feel that you're getting stuck into a pattern by episode 3 or 4.
Yep. All right. Shuffling along. What do we have up next?
Next up, Makini, Too Many Losing Heroines. Makini? Not sure how to pronounce it.
Cicadas!
世の中にはこいつみたいな女を表す言葉がある。負けヒロインだ。
Oh, they're gonna show it? Oh no, they didn't. Not exactly.
幼馴染かドラゴンかそう二人はただの友達だよね
Sorry, I just want to try and turn on the subtitles for this one too. There we go.
私運ゲーム1年の
I was expecting this to have subs because it's a crunchy trailer.
It is. They're at the top. Oh, you meant for the song?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you over the music there.
There was subtitles. They're at the top of the screen.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I feel like this trailer wasn't very representative of the show exactly.
Oh no, yeah, that was nothing like the actual show actually feels. Our actual.
So, this show reminds me in a lot of ways of Too Many Girlfriends. Only instead of too many girlfriends that all really, really love one person, it's too many girls that all get rejected and find themselves hanging out with this one protag dude who is consoling all of them.
Oh, hey, rebrowed friend.
Exactly. I have to say, the animation in this show is quite good on the level of the amazing reaction shots that it has. They hinted at it, but the scene where she spits out her drink was so underplayed in this trailer, because in the actual show, you see that in super high detail, and they give it to you in 3 completely different cuts and takes from 3 completely different angles, and it is just spectacular. It, it, it is the Sakuga of this sort of like slice of life rom-com show.
Yeah, which I'll say even I'm enjoying this one to up to a degree. I don't know if it's just the fact that it's fun to see like the friend just kind of living their life and people messing with each other, and like, oh no, it's I don't want to say I like seeing failure, but it's nice to have everything not be oh, this didn't quite work out, but oh, we're still kind of, it's no, life is hard. Sometimes the person you like, you missed out on that, or things didn't go the way you planned, and you kind of bounce off and then meet other people who might not be romance, but might be it's I can relate to this slice of this rom-com more than I can the lovey-dovey kind.
Yeah, it's a different take on everything, right? And it gives us something that's kind of underrepresented, which is the trauma and difficulty around recovering from a rejection, which you don't see a lot in anime. That it's usually kind of glossed over, or like, you know, but once the main character chooses someone from the harem, the show ends, right? If they
And the
get
fanfiction begins.
Yeah. So it's interesting seeing a show explore that space. I'm tempted to call this one a must-watch, personally, especially given the fact that you, who are a very much not a fan of this genre, were at least somewhat into it.
Yeah, I think of that. It's like, once again, this is a show I would definitely say it's like, oh, I love these kind of. It's like I can appreciate this and this. But this is something that still grabbed me, and that might be a good pull from it. So we could throw so much slice of life.
Well, and the funny thing is, only maybe like 3/4 of the anime this season fall into the fantasy and isekai genres.
Yeah, I'll give you someone there. All right, let's see what else we got rolling here.
Sure. Next up, we have the one that we were talking about a moment ago, the Osan Newbie Adventurer.
夢を追うなら若いうちが良い。人は皆そう考える。
僕は冒険者になるぞ。
だがどうしても夢を諦めきれない。そんな大人もどこかにいる。
諦めたはずなのに、ずっと俺は。止まらぬ衝動。
あれ、リク先輩ですよね。
30歳から冒険者を始めるなんてありえないだろうし。
自信をお持ちください。あなたは大陸最強を誇るパーティー、オリハルコンフィストのメンバーなのですから。
お前の夢はまだ。
Right down to the music, this might be the most agent show I've ever seen.
少なくとも俺はこう。
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
いつから何始めたっていいんだって。
肉体は限界を超え、破壊と修復を繰り返すことで強くなるのだ。
あなたは強いです。
面白そうだ。
別にいいじゃねえか。何歳から冒険者やったって、何歳から新しいことを始めたって、そうだろ。冒険者たち。新米王さん冒険者最強パーティーに死ぬほど鍛えられて無敵になる。7月放送開始。
All right, I'm gonna let you take the lead on this one, both because it's very much your show, and also because I only actually, despite wanting to see more of it, only caught one episode, I think. But I do want to make a side note that Crunchyroll removed their comments section in response, like proactively almost in response to anticipated fallout from a decision that they made this season. They removed the comments from every show, everywhere. And as I recall, I think this was the show that caused that, but I don't remember the details around it. If you happen to know more, Agent, and want to make a quick note on that before you dig in.
Oh, I had no,
I
I think you found, I had mentioned earlier in a comment discussing stuff. I had not found out about the comment removal until very recently. I had no idea that this show was the cause of it. I still don't know what the reason for it was.
While you discuss the show, I'll look that up so that we can maybe fact check ourselves there a little bit.
But for anyone who's in old taku or older anime fan in general from those classic 90s, 80s series, this has that vibe to the upteeth degree where I swear to God, I think the original singer from Mazinger is the guy who does the opening for this one. Just from how that sounded and feels. This also happens to roll into that Kaiju number 8 feel of the older adventurer, the older man, failing and setting into his life in his 30s. Because, in anime, you're basically dead by the time you hit 24, right? It does.
Unless you're like the teacher or something, but even they're usually really young.
Or about to die. Or be killed off. This, like we were, another thing I would say, this has such a comedic and great feel to it. Similar to I Parry Everything, this also does have the adventurer who think he's weak, who's trying to test himself out, but is secretly, or obliviously, I should probably better word for it, outrageously powerful. Unlike I Parry Everything, this joke is finished by episode 2. They do start moving on, getting better premises and other things like that. If you wanted a comedy, like what would be a classic fantasy comedy adventure show, this is
something that's really over the top.
Oh, absolutely. This is outrageous to the umpteenth degree in everything it does. This does not hold back and is unabashedly just in your face with it, with kind of the exception of the fan service, which is oddly tame. Hot dark-skinned elf in a maid outfit the entire time. Oh, because that's just her style too.
Yeah, that tracks for her. All right. Circling back, I've got some more detailed information here. So the official reason that Crunchyroll gave was they prioritize creating a safe and respectful community environment. To maintain this standard, we're hiding all existing user-generated content, including comments and reviews, across all our platforms and experiences. So their excuse, at least, is to get rid of user-generated content, which could be, by its nature, potentially offensive or otherwise
there are definitely some shows I can see why they removed those on.
Yeah. That said, to give a better idea of what probably actually drove this and the discourse within the community, well-known anime YouTuber Jeff Thu, who runs the Mother's Basement channel, is also quoted in this article, mentioning that there were a lot of people review bombing Twilight Out of Focus, which is the Boys Love series this season, and they were giving it like review bombs with single star reviews. and going out of their way to claim that Crunchyroll is shoving the show in their face and being extremely homophobic about it in general. So that the perceived kind of community take on this appears to be that this is in response to a huge homophobic review bombing of one of this season's shows. But it was not, in fact, the Osan Newbie Adventurer, so my bad on that. I'm not sure where I'd heard that from.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering because, like you said, it's like, well, I do like a lot of weird and crazy stuff. This felt like this was the line. Felt like, all right, I think I missed something somewhere. But
yeah, I mean, I didn't see anything particularly like crazy about the show, which led me to believe that if this show was the cause, it had something to do with like the production of it or something like that.
yep. Although I did like your comment of even the trailer is a very agent feel to it. Would you like to comment on that?
Oh, not necessarily the trailer, but I mean, like the trailer does carve a representative chunk out of that. Like the music is what I was referring to more. Like it's just so over the top. It's so like Japanese machismo.
Okay. Yep. I completely accept that.
Yeah. It just very, very strongly has the sort of vibes that you go for, and usually, particularly if they are either in the fantasy or like sci-fi mecha genres. So it kind of hit all the target points for you there.
Yep. Although this is not the most machismo show this season.
All right, but on the extreme other end of that, next up we have.
All right, we still I was
decide where to put this.
Yeah, I was gonna say one episode. I'm not gonna cram this into a must watch. I know what this show is. This is by episode 1, you have a feel for what you're in for here.
Yeah, I only saw episode 1, so I can't say with strong certainty, but it certainly felt to me like I got a pretty representative sample of the show.
Yep.
So yeah, next up is Senpai is an Otonoko. Quick note for those not familiar with the term, Otoko Noko literally translates to like boy girl. So it's sort of like saying senpai is a femboy, but there's a lot of very particular cultural attachments to that, and culturally, the term otokonoko falls into this space that is in this kind of like gray area that we don't really have a direct English term for. That's somewhere between like femboy and trans femme. It's not something that you can really directly explain because it doesn't have a direct English equivalent. But yeah, here we go.
Huh.
Yeah, this is another one of those shows where I don't feel like the trailer was like super representative of the show. Clearly, they didn't have a lot of the actual scenes to work with when they made this trailer. I'm actually almost tempted to play like trailer 2 so we can see some of the actual animation from the show.
Yeah, because unfortunately I have had to skip this one.
子が
Let's go
女
for
の
it.
子に告白なんて
Pull back up really quick.
I'll restart it for your side of things.
Yep.
Oh, also, I didn't have it showing on my side.
女の子が女の子に告白なんて先輩を困らせるのは分かってます。でも私こんなに誰かを好きになったの初めてなんです。
親友だからな。俺が守ってやらなきゃだろ。
好きな人ができたことないんだ。私あなたが思っているような女の子じゃないよ。私本当は
Well, that hinted at some more stuff, but it still didn't really show us much. Alright. Anything you wanted to say before I dive into this one, Agent?
Dig in. I got nothing else at this point.
Alright, did you watch this one at all?
No, this is the first, like I said before, this is, I have had to skip this one.
Gotcha. This is a show, I feel like one way or another that is going to attract a lot of discourse. This is another one of those shows that is kind of breaking a lot of new ground in terms of like LGBTQ representation in anime. And like, also to some extent maybe like poly question mark representation. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell where exactly the show is going in that regard.
Impressions are interesting for the future.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot I'll want to talk about this show in retrospect. For now, I will make a couple of quick notes. I definitely feel like this show is interesting and important and a step towards better representation for this kind of thing, and it definitely explores it in a lot of depth. I know that I did talk to one of my trans friends about this show, and it was mentioned that they really wish that they could get, past the Otoko Noko thing and just allow a character to actually be trans. And I think there's some validity to that. But I think it's also okay to explore this space and to allow this to be the necessary step in that direction. Because it's a very reserved culture that we're dealing with that has a lot of backlash against this kind of thing. And I think that it's like they kind of have to gradually ease towards better representation, or they're likely to find themselves inducing culture shock within their own culture to the extent that they end up with censorship targeting representation. And that would be a real shame. For those not familiar, there is actually very heavy censorship in Japan.
If you thought America was bad, remember, we have a little bit more freedoms here.
Well, I mean, it's just that we censor different stuff, really, when it comes down to it.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of the things that are considered acceptable-ish, at least, sensibilities over there are very, very looked down upon here, and vice versa. But it's just another one of those cases where this show is doing a lot of exploration. It has a character that's like arguably ace. It has a character who's coming to terms with their own attraction, like a cis male character who's coming to terms with their own attraction towards the main character. And the main character themselves who's coming to terms with themselves and also trying to deal with like prejudice at home, and it is an interesting exploration of all of those topics while also being a an enjoyable show to watch that has a lot of great depth between the characters. The central love triangle in the show is also very interesting and something I really want to keep an eye on, because as I kind of hinted before, it feels like there's a potential that this could turn into like a polycule situation, where all three characters are directly involved.
The harem ending.
Not even the harem ending. Like,
No, I know what you're getting at. I just like to make a joke and
yeah.
make a quick comparison for people.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, we'll see where this one goes. I'm really interested to see how this one plays out. I definitely feel like this one could be talked about in future seasons and could have like a lasting impact. I don't know if I would put it in must watch. Like I feel like
This has a bit too much to juggle at the start with first.
Yeah.
How many episodes do you think it would take for you to get a feel for what's going on here?
I think to really get a feel for what's going on and really understand like all three characters' perspectives, like it kind of does like one character per episode. So I think you don't really get to know all three of the main characters until episode 3.
Okay.
But you probably have a decent idea of what's going on by the end of episode 1.
So, episode 1 then?
Yeah, I think by the end of episode 1 you'll know if you want to stick with this or not, but you won't really have a full grasp of what's happening until the end of episode 3.
All right then. Let's see what we got on the next docket then after that lovely little bit.
Next up, why does nobody remember me in this world?
お願いこの薬を外して
なんで誰も本当の世界を覚えていないんだ。
誰
Okay. This was one of the other shows I bounced off of really hard.
I was gonna guess because there was 3 shows I could guess, and this was the third one on that
Yeah, I
list.
think there's actually, it turns out, 4 shows of the ones I actually watched that I bounced off of pretty firmly, thinking about it more. But,
I'm curious what the 4th one is now. But we'll get there.
we'll get there.
All right, would you like to
I'll
say
let you
any
take the lead on this one because it's very much your kind of show.
All right, so this is not an isekai for anyone wondering on that, and this is a fantasy.
I'd argue that it's an isekai technically.
There's a lot going on here, but this is a show, a future post-apocalyptic fantasy series where the main character is has the sacred weapon and is there to help free humanity. It's such an odd duck of a show.
I want to call the genre for this one edgelord punk.
It's not. I know what you're getting at with it too, and it's like it really is. It's not as edgy as some of probably the other 2 shows on here, but it's right there. The main character is this.
The flavor of it is very edgelordy.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. It's just so much to I don't even know how to fully unpack this. All right, well, let me ask you this: what made you bounce off of it, other than the sheer edge?
Probably the animation quality.
Yep.
As a major aspect, like okay, what you saw there was some very very detailed characters, right? And to its credit, it has that. but it ran out of budget to actually animate them doing anything.
They do fix it later on. They do save their budget for very specific scenes, and there is a lot of talking, a lot of standing around, and there are some fucking fugly CGI monsters in this show.
Oh, for sure. I do feel like it probably would have been wise for them to throw at least a tiny speck of that budget into episode 1 to have some kind of hook for people.
But no, it's.
But I think story-wise, also, it just didn't grab me. I'll give a minor like episode 1 spoiler here. That kind of the central premise is that the world, like the world reincarnates instead of the main character, so everyone else is different, but the main character remembers how everything used to be. And
there are some timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly stuff going on here. This is going to be a show where its ending is going to make or break this. And it does not start with a good opening is the problem.
Yeah, and I think that's my issue, aside from the animation quality, is just it didn't feel like it had a lot of promise to me that it was going to get to a satisfying ending in that regard.
No, it's
it failed to sell me on either its story or its visuals.
Yep, no, it definitely does have that problem through and through. I will not discount that in any sense. On the other hand, if you are like me and you're a little edge lord who likes a darker story, if you like that post-apocalyptic fantasy with high-tech stuff and demons and elves running around, it's also in your genre. It could be a fun watch. I would say you're not going to know what's going on by episode 1, but the feel of the show is going to be very embedded by then. I think one episode is a very good watch on this point.
For me, this show is definitely a hard skip, but if we are going to categorize it, I think if you'll know by the end of episode 1 if this is a show you'll be able to continue watching or not.
Yeah. At this point, Skip, it pretty much has to go past both of us saying it's shit to get down there. But all right, let us see what we have up next.
All right, next up is Autry, My Dear Moments.
世界規模で起こった急激な海面上昇。一度上がった水位は上昇したまま戻らず、今もじわじわと陸地を飲み込み続けている。
沈みゆく世界とロストしたメモリー、忘れられない夏が始まる。
君は何と呼べばいい？
アトリと言います。アトリ、マイディアモーメンツ。
I'm guessing this was a pass for you.
I watched 2 episodes of this. I was bored out of my mind.
That is not shocking given your tastes. I will say that this is another one of those like very slow burn shows. It's more about like Ma than it is about like advancing the plot or anything. It feels more like an anime movie, both in terms of its like production values, visuals, and just that kind of slow sense to the pacing. And I can definitely see how you would bounce off of that.
This show to me felt what this feels like is a world that's slowly collapsing, a world that's slowly falling to ruins, and the characters are just living their day-to-day lives in that.
It absolutely is. Yeah, that's a very fair assessment, and it like the pacing I feel like kind of is designed to help us experience that slow crumbling tragedy.
And I think honestly the problem I'm having with, I think if it was in a different season, I think if it was a different time in a different year, I might enjoy it a little bit better. But a slow burn show about the world slowly falling to pieces around you and you just trying to live your day-to-day lives in it hits out
In some
a
senses, it hits a little too close to home for our current environment.
yeah, there's this isn't. I like to watch shows for escapism, and I can understand where this show is coming from. It's just at a bad time right now, and it's
Yeah, that's understandable. Like, it just it feels too much like this could be our future within the next 10 years in a very tragic way.
yeah, and it just
At the
does
same
not feel
time,
good.
I will point out that it does have, well, it's not like Sakuga based, there's a lot of really nice small attention to detail in the animation. Um, like the female character we saw there wears kind of an oversized shirt, and every time she lifts her arms, we see her sleeves like crumple down and expose her arms. And that kind of thing gets kind of overlooked or not budgeted for a lot in anime, but it adds so much charm. So I have to give it some points from that perspective. Um,
Oh, visually, this is it's like I said before. It's like I visuals don't generally matter to me. I can watch the slubbiest garbage and I can get over it most of the time. But when I see quality, this is good quality.
oh yeah, and it's another one of those shows where it's not like big spikes in quality and then you experience like jank in between. It's consistent quality throughout with a lot of like really well done backgrounds, and again just a lot of these nice little detailed touches. Um, but it is a slow burn, and I don't know. I think you probably need to watch at least episode 2 on this one, um, in order to actually be even introduced to one of the main characters and start getting a sense for what this show actually is.
Yep, episode 1 definitely sets up a lot of the main protagonist and the world they live in. Episode 2 starts getting you more on the story of the episode to episode and what they're going to be like.
For sure.
All right, then. Let's see what we got.
Next up is VTuber Legend, How I Went Viral After Forgetting to Turn Off My Stream.
さて、次の質問は何ですかね。推しがアニメで動いた時どうでしたか。やっぱり感動しましたか。そうですね。初めて見た時はその場で叫んじゃいましたね。私がママになった。
Zany weirdos? No, never.
All right. Off the bat, I want to say that this is probably very notable by way of the fact that it is easily the most accurately representative view that we've had so far of the modern VTubing community.
Oh, yeah, I'll definitely agree with that. I mean, who realistically drinks sober?
Who drinks sober? That's an interesting question.
Okay, we had my
mostly people who aren't drinking alcohol, I imagine.
Okay. Okay,
I'm not as think as you drunk I am, Ossifer.
Um, that's okay, but trying to get back in there, and you might have heard me crack my second one open there too.
Perfect timing.
Almost like I planned for that.
Are you drinking some Stro Zero by chance?
No.
Of course not.
No brand placement in this stream yet. Yet, I am open for it. Send me links. I will shill for anything. Like we were said, I was initially a little bit put off by this show about how they like showing the streamer and all that, in their full get-ups. For anyone that knows behind the scenes, we are not dressed. I don't know. You might have a sweatshirt on right now. Who am I kidding? It's like 99 with like 90% humidity where you're at.
I will say that I actually do own almost this exact hoodie. I had it made specifically so that I could cosplay as myself.
Yep. I have the wig and ears. That's all I'm going to say. But we don't normally do that. On the other hand, once I got over that on episode 2, this show almost had if you're familiar with the Monogatari, Katana Katari, or that other series of reflection of where they're cutting to how people are thinking and what their mental space is like and not what their actual space around them is like. This show has a lot of good VTuber feels for it.
Oh yeah. And I think, increasingly, I think my earlier statement that I made offline with you is pretty accurate, that they are keeping the characters in their model outfits for our benefit as the audience to help keep us from getting lost, as well as to kind of give us more of a feel for how the characters see themselves, I guess, maybe? Question mark?
I could definitely understand that. You're trying to be your VTuber persona. No, where's the nope. There's the button.
But as the cast of characters, like the size of the cast increases, it's understandable that, a whole bunch of normal-looking, brown-haired, average-build Japanese girls could get very confusing as to who is who. So I think for our benefit as the audience, they made the decision to keep the characters looking like their VTuber models.
Yep.
To
Once
help us
I
understand who is who.
Yep. Once I got into the headspace of they were doing this in a kind of headspace and not the actual description of what these characters are like, I felt a lot better. I think it was the fact that I had been burned by previous VTuber shows that like, oh no, these are how these characters are portrayed, and this is how they do, and it just threw me off. This one being
We've had some trash.
Oh, we've had some trash. This one felt so good, and it comes down to, this is a little old, little dated, but yeah, this is that VTuber feel. This is that the cringe, the scuff, the what in the God's name are we doing for the next 6 hours tonight?
Almost every single one of the characters in the show actively, not only actively, but accurately evokes at least 2 or 3 popular, well-known VTuber personas, both in their design and in their mannerisms and like preferences and everything.
When do we get to the male VTubers? When? There we go.
I feel like it's not a very well represented subset, especially in Japan.
Oh, it's not. I'm just complaining to shout into the void here. I'm a male VTuber. I understand where my audience draw is.
That said, I don't want to spend too much time on this. I do want to throw out there that, to me, another aspect that makes this show extremely interesting is they really did make actual live 2D models for every single one of these. So every single character in the show is technically a real VTuber. by way of having been created for the show.
Or a PNG tuber at the very least. There is a difference between...
Yes, there is a difference, but they are actually made in Live 2D, and Live 2D is in the credits for the show. So these are actual models, and although they didn't, it feels like go into super high detail with the rigging, they are technically Live 2D rigged.
Oh, I thought they were just PNG models that look 3D. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, very interesting touch. Also, the fact that they managed to successfully license and show in the show a lot of things that are like major touchstones and like well-known aspects within the streaming community. Like, for instance, they actually have the real Bennett Foddy's Getting Over It game in the show. And to me, that just lends so much realism and immersion to this property.
Yep. All right. That being said, so we don't drag our heels and just get into what streaming is actually like. A little too many peeks behind the curtain there.
Yeah, I feel like we'll have a lot to say about this show at end of season.
I think our end season might be 2 episodes with what we're going to be talking about. That being said, though, I feel like this is a 2-episode thing just for how much more of a feel it took for me to dig into it. What would you say, though?
I'd almost argue 3, just because we meet so few of the characters by the end of episode 2. But I think by the end of episode 2, you have definitely a much better feel for the actual show, whereas episode 1 was more concept introduction.
Yeah.
So yeah, somewhere in the episode 2 or 3 territory.
Okay, because 2 felt like it gave me a really good feel. 3 might just be adding more to it and solidifying it, so I think 2 is the good way to drop that.
Fair enough. All right. Next up, Journey Through Another World, Raising Kids While Adventuring.
Eck.
男の子と女の子の双子か迷子かな魔物危ない戻って二人とも強っ何この5歳児
大変申し訳ございません僕誤って匠さんのこと殺しちゃいまして
どうやら28歳にして僕の人生は終わってしまったらしいおはよう2人とも大丈夫だからおいで最初は警戒してたけど随分笑ってくれるようになったな
お兄ちゃん
お
絵本読んで
ああいいよ頑張ったから褒めてくれたの
ねえお兄ちゃん
よしじゃあ今日は冒険者ギルドに行ってみようか
わかった
I heard that reaction.
All right, I want you to start because there's something that I picked up on a little ways through it, and I want to see how obvious this is. So, would you mind starting?
Okay. I'm not sure exactly where you're going with that, but I will start by saying that I won't defend this show. It is garbage. It's not at all good. There's nothing overtly offensive about it. It doesn't have like tons of awful CG or anything like that. It's certainly something that's one of those shows that's like, this is fine if you just want to turn off your brain and consume some mindless isekai that goes nowhere for a while. But there's really no redeeming value to the show, and I don't expect that it will be remembered in future seasons for anything.
Okay, so you didn't pick up on it then. All right, it's I can understand it because you know what this show has baked into it? It's a PSA.
It's a PSA?
It's
like
a
where are your children PSA or
no, it's a pro children PS kind of style.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So, well, it's a propaganda messaging to try to improve Japanese birth rate is what you're getting at.
Yeah, this show is meant to work in children are awesome. Children are great. I love how they start at 5 years old too, by the way, on that note. And see,
Yeah,
they're even in their
have more
isekai.
kids.
Yeah, it's once that fact clicked, I couldn't stop. I could not stop seeing that message just thrown in my face constantly, because this is a isekai about raising children. It's a trash isekai.
That is debatable.
Well, it's still the trash isekai formula of overpowered protagonist goes to fantasy world. It's just they adopted kids who also are OP protagonist powers, but you see little bits of him raising them, how to help develop children, how not to, it's
Even that is extremely ham-fisted. I will also throw out there that the animation in this show is like you saw it in there, like that the combat scene was a single frame of animation just showing the children kicking something. That is typical in this show. Like every combat scene plays out that way.
this show is supposed to be cute and isekai trash. This is,
but it doesn't do a great job even at being that. But it's okay-ish, I guess.
I
The
I'll
PSA thing is an interesting take. You're probably not wrong about that. I'm sure that they've got some sponsorship at some level that ties into that. But I don't feel like it does a good job even of that.
no, the show I didn't understand the plot in, I found more interesting than this.
Yeah,
Like,
that's fair.
this is such a, the Nothing Burger had more than this show did. This is based.
This is one of those shows that's like I can put it on in the background while I'm doing other stuff, even though it's in Japanese, and not miss anything. That's the best thing I can say about it.
Do we have a skip?
Probably. Like, yes, you could watch this if you have nothing better to do with your time, but I can't in any way actually recommend it.
There are 38 other shows that I could say do.
Like, okay, I will put out there that I am actually keeping up with this one. I can't say that about every show this season, but I can't say that I'm keeping up with it for good reasons.
Okay, there's nothing offensive about this. There's nothing that's just unwatchably bad. I think if you watch one episode of this, you know what's going on here. I need to pull up the list again too. One episode of this show is, you know what you're in for at this point.
Yeah, I'm definitely tempted to say skip. I definitely wouldn't recommend it. It's not the worst show this season though, so and we've got what I consider to be worse shows than this on the non-skip category.
Once again, it's part of the reason I've also been trying to get like a non-isekai trash goblin on the show, because it's like, unfortunately, that's where we both line up, and it's kind of just hitting our, I could watch that notes, but
yeah.
Okay, we'll see where that goes by the end of it. I might be a little harsher at the end of season review.
Totally fair. All right. Next up, Dahlia in Bloom, crafting a fresh start with magical tools.
Oh, my dad has cancer.
ことを何一つやれなかった。もし次の人生があったなら。
I forgot this was an isekai.
Yeah, it is technically an isekai. It doesn't come up much in the show, though.
作ればいいんだ。もっと便利な軽くて水を弾くことができるもの、ノーセーフができれば。父さんのような誰かを幸せにする魔導具師になる。それが私の目標。魔導具師ダリアの夢だ。
Okay, so I feel like the isekai element in this show, as you said, you forgot it was an isekai. Like, the only reason that it really comes up is she occasionally gets these sort of flashes of inspiration for new products to make that are always like mundane things from the our world,
Yep.
like a hair dryer or a raincoat.
But this show is basically a magical tool crafting slice of life kind of show. Basically, seeing how to craft and what to make for magical gear in a fantasy world. Not so much the weapons, but like day-to-day life stuff.
Yeah, it has a little bit of that kind of
Ascendancy of a bookworm.
Yeah, exactly. The ascendancy of a bookworm kind of feel to it, and I'm sure that's what they were going for. It's not as competent, I feel like, as ascendancy of a bookworm was. Also, as you saw, it does have some really obvious CGI in it that doesn't fit with the rest of the animation, but it still looks okay. Like it's almost like the tower they made is kind of pretty in its own right as like a 3D model. It just doesn't blend well.
One complaint I did have, I want to read out. Why does everyone who has a daughter get cancer? How many? We have what, 2 dads sitting at a bar at one point that like, I can't about tell you,
I'm
die.
soon, so am I.
Oh, you too? Everybody, we're all dads. We're all about to die. Yeah. What?
Also, it's not really explained how they even know that, because they don't seem to have that great of medical science in this show. Like, what, they just feel the Grim Reaper looming over them? I don't know.
My time has come.
Like, they seem to know almost, like, they're like, I've got 6 months. Like, they know.
They're like obviously sick or obviously it's like it's literally like I like if you would have told me it's like, yeah, they all have cancer, it's like I would have believed that. It's like, oh, the cancer is gonna get me. Like, what?
I mean, even then, they don't really have like the tech to know what cancer is. Like, I would have accepted, like, I visited the Oracle and they said I'm going to die soon, but they didn't even bother with that.
I don't know.
Anyway, that component aside, there's something I found very distressing about this show that didn't show up until a couple episodes in, where the main character just kind of allows herself to be stripped of everything, like of her whole individuality and personality by her romantic interest, and like doesn't fight that at all. She just takes it and does whatever they say. It's like so anti-feminist.
And not in a belligerent way. It's like that old timey like creep, not creepy, but not creep, but creepy kind of bit of, we're just gonna slowly nudge you into the silent housewife role.
Yeah, it's very like classic chauvinism, and I'm not sure yet if the show's gonna go somewhere with that. Like from what I saw of some of the upcoming episode titles, it feels like they're maybe going to play off of that, and I hope so. But otherwise, this show I think is gonna take a huge hit for its like portrayal of women.
No, I know what you're saying, and I don't know how much further I want to go into spoilers on this for what it does, but
Yeah, let's not spoil anything. We can talk more about it in the end of season review.
yeah. I will say
I will throw out there from the existing episodes that is something that has some weird bad feels for it, and that could even be to the level of being like a content warning or a trauma warning for some people.
You know what I want to say? It's going to sound weird. Episode 2 and 3, I don't feel like give you a good feel for where the show's going to go. Episode 1, I feel like gives you the best feel out of the 3 episodes.
Kind of, but at the same time, like almost episode 4, you don't really know where the show is taking its turns until it hits there. So it's weird.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of saying. It's like so you have kept up on the newer stuff at that point.
I have, yeah.
I feel like episode 1 is the kind of the way it's going to turn, and 2 and 3 might just be trying to give a better reason why she tends to be more tomboy or more independent.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think in terms of our rubric here, this would be a 1-episode show, but at the same time, like, if it catches your interest, at episode 4 you may reevaluate.
Yeah, no, I definitely have to give it that feel. Episode 1, if you like it from there, keep on keeping on. We'll let you know at the end of the season if there was a big change from that. But for right now, episode 1 feels like a good review on that. All right, now Yuki, we are probably about at the mid-level of our...
We're a little bit past the midpoint, yeah. If you're feeling ready for a break, I think that's probably a good time for one.
Yep, that's what I was going to say. So we will be back shortly.
All right, sounds good to me. Probably take about 5 minutes or so, everybody. Feel free to get up, use the restroom, get some water. That's probably what we're going to do.
Oh, yeah. All right, be back in a minute. And welcome back, everybody.
Hi, we have returned.
For now. All right, let me.
Right.
I mean, with the way these shows go, it could be construed in that way. But what do we have next?
Next up, we have A Nobody's Way Up to an Exploration Hero.
Oh, this is the lolly one, isn't it?
Yeah, Wally, Chibi.
モブから始まる探索英雄譚。誰？
私はシルフィー。召喚に応じ権限しました。
Wow, that's really all they gave us, huh? All right.
It's part of whatever the hell that group was.
Oh, that's just an Aniplex or Anime Select thing. Yeah, so this isn't really another nothing show. This is very much a lot like the Journey Through Another World raising kids while adventuring. Only as more of a sort of chibi lolly and also harem anime.
Yeah, which I know I'm becoming a little bit more self-conscious about watching those kind of shows just from having to other people's experiences and stuff like that. So it's not going over as easily as it used to for me. But for the most part, this show doesn't get too egregious with that content.
Yeah, I will say they don't seem to be making the lollies.
It's
like,
just
the girl's outfit might be a tiny bit revealing here and there, but besides that, there's not really any like.
Honestly, it's like I know enough about like I see enough Japanese designs. Like that's just how they do devil girls or demon girls. It's like that's the default design. I don't even see intent behind that. I see oh, this is basic. Cause so basic. What is it? A modern day where you can actually delve into dungeons where a character gets to summon a Valkyrie and a devil.
Pretty much, yeah.
Delving into a dungeon and hijinks ensue.
And it's weird because you're allowed to bring in like outside tech to the dungeons. I'm unclear on why nobody just buys guns.
Well, okay,
they're not really available in Japan.
Yeah, I was gonna say that you're thinking American as you're thinking as an American there, not as a Japanese person of
Yeah.
Or you can buy milk and bullets in the same store here.
Yeah, so they're limited to more like crossbows and stuff like that, but nonetheless, I don't know. It's another nothing burger show. If you want something that's just kind of like vaguely cute-ish, it's okay. There's nothing particularly to recommend, but nothing to really severely hate on here either.
It's in that dungeon crawler video game kind of genre feels, if you're familiar with them. I wouldn't say Pokemon Mystery Dungeon.
One at that.
Yeah. All right, let's see. This is a skip. This is a one episode, and you know what you're getting into.
Yeah, I'd say so. Especially, like, if the other show wasn't a skip, this one's not a skip.
Yep. All right, what else we got going here?
Next up is Love is Indivisible by Twins.
私の最初の間違いはジュンを好きになったこと。ジュンはかっこよかった。もろにタイプだった。ずっと好きだったって言いたかった。お姉ちゃんがジュン君を好きだなんてとうの昔から知っていた。だからジュン君に気持ちを伝えることはできなかった。 私がそんなことをしたら今の関係が崩れてしまう。つまり私はただ臆病なだけだった。
確かに僕は初恋と言ってもいい。初恋は初恋なんだよ。
今までありがとう。ばっかじゃないの。恋は双子で割り切れない。2024年放送スタート。
Did you watch this one at all, Eating?
No, no, no.
I can't say I'm surprised. Okay, definitely another romance / rom-com show, but it leans a lot more into the serious side and has a lot of like slow burn introspection kind of stuff going on. It's interesting to see a show kind of take this more seriously as a subject and try to like dissect people's perspectives and emotions more, rather than it turning into like a tropey misunderstanding mess. I definitely feel this one's worth a watch for anyone who likes this kind of romance light rom-com genre. Definitely understandable why Agent would have bounced off of it. I will say, I'm only speculating here, but there's a very real chance that this will have kind of the harem ending. But
You have to date me and my hot twin sister.
yeah, it's very possible that it could go in that direction. Whether that's good or bad for your tastes, take that as you will. But I'm intrigued to see where this goes. It's an enjoyable show, to me at least. Like I think anyone who's into this genre will enjoy it. But don't go into this expecting it to be like lighthearted, tropey, nonsense, garbage fun. This is more of the like serious, thought-provoking, detailed dive into the characters' emotions kind of deals.
Yep. All right. So would you say this is a 1, 2, or 3 episode?
You probably know what you're getting into by the end of episode 1, for the most part. There are some interesting twists and stuff, but I think you'll have a decent enough flavor by the end of episode 1.
All right, then. All right, let's see. What do we have on next, then?
All right. Next up is My Wife Has No Emotion.
Ah, the
おはようございます。今日の朝食は焼き鮭、しじみの味噌汁、ほうれん草のおひたし、それにご飯です。
いいなあ、僕のお嫁さんになってくれないかな。
お嫁さんとは何をすればよいのでしょうか。
あの子はただの家電製品なんだぞ。
温め開始いたします。
僕のために微振動してくれる女の子ってなんて愛らしいんだろう。
お兄ちゃんがバカー。なんで彼女いること黙ってんの。ご主人様じゃない。おはようございます。スーパーミーナです。
あれは本当のラブなのか、それともそういう機能だったのか。
拓馬様は夫です。だってロボットじゃん。本気なの。
本気だよ。
夜を越えて
この子のこと好きなんだ。
ロボットと本気で付き合ってるって最高じゃん。迎えに来てくださったんですか。うるさい。散歩したかったんだよ。以前の所有者は人間らしい振る舞いができないことに不満があるようでした。おはよう。
僕たちから生まれてきた。
そう感じるだけの単なる不具合です。
嬉しい時、それは奇跡って言うんじゃないか。
私の防水保護等級は8級です。 水中でチャーハンが作れます。
チャーハンの方に防水機能ないでしょ。
Alright, so this is the other big, like, Billy production that I hinted at this season. Again, they're not really, known for their great quality or anything, but by their standards, this show is amazing.
I'm sorry, but that just reminded me something I wanted to bring up about the life with the about a little ways back about the life in another world with children. That's the one Crunchyroll decided to get a Simo dub for this season, by the way, too.
Yeah, that feels like a crime, to be honest.
I'm sorry, it just popped back into my brain. I had to bring it up, but
no,
this show right here, this got the Simo dub. Nothing else on this list.
Heavily considering putting in the skip category is the one that got the simul dub, and I can't fathom what went into that decision making, but it was clearly a travesty.
Yep. All right. Now back to the guy marrying his Roomba.
Yes. Pretty accurate, to be honest. So, okay, when I say that this is amazing by Billy standards, what that really means is it's kind of in vaguely below average to average territory by overall anime standards. The main
Admittedly,
characters. Go ahead.
I was gonna say it's like this was one of the shows I'm kind of wanting to watch, but at the same time, the people doing the show do not feel like they have the talent or the writing chops to do this content the way they're doing it.
That's an excellent observation and not inaccurate. So I want to throw out there that, again, this is a show where, like, the character designs are just a little bit off, and it's kind of off-putting, especially the main character, who they frequently, in a lot of the scenes, has this, like, really, really exaggerated forehead that makes it look like he's, like, who is it, Megamind or whatever? With that, like, just giant cranium. Anyway, if you can get past, like, that and the fact that sometimes the character's eyes aren't, like, looking in the right direction and little issues like that, this show, it gets a little bit better in episode 2 and 3 than it was in episode 1. It does at least have some, like, interplay between the characters that is, like, almost heartwarming. But again, it has, like, the Billy thing going on to some degree, where it's just kind of a pale imitation of what this concept could have been in the hands of, a dedicated, knowledgeable, experienced Japanese team and like writing staff and everything, who could have really brought out its potential. If you're interested in the concept of, like, guy dates his robot, I would really recommend that you go back into the archives and watch something like Maharomatic over this. I feel like we're at a place where this kind of show has a lot of relevance, because we're approaching the point where people may actually start to fall in love with, like, their Chat GPT instance or something like that.
What do you mean start? Wasn't there that Japanese guy who married his app?
There probably was, and I just missed that. But, like, I mean, this is we're at this tipping point where this kind of thing could actually become, like, a relevant social issue, and
Not just a Futurama sketch.
Yeah, and I think we need more series that can actually explore that space. Things that aren't viewing it purely from the perspective of, like, distant future sci-fi as we saw in the past, but that can view it through the lens of, like, current events and current technology. This show is not that.
Yeah, no,
it could have been that, but it is not that. But seriously, if this kind of like falling in love with your robot waifu thing interests you, do yourself a favor, go watch Mahromatic or Chobits or any of those classic Robot Girl series over this. On the other hand, if you're just looking for something to watch, it's passable-ish. I can't really recommend it, but it's okay.
There are things Yuki dislikes more on this list.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And I think, again, that's coming a long way for Billy Billy. And, you know, that's to some extent putting aside, but also in spite of my prejudices against their influence in the industry.
Yep. So 1 episode, or does this take a little bit to burn up?
Maybe 2 episodes to really get a feel for it. Because episode 1, you just don't really get much interaction between the 2 main characters.
Okay then, and that is I Love My Roomba. What up next?
Up next we have Mayonaka Punch. So this is a
Wait,
show
that goes out. The trailer goes from what's at the back end of that?
Nani?
Oh, look at the length on that. It still goes for like another 20 seconds there.
Oh yeah. Well, we can take a look.
No, it's just Crunchyroll.
No, it's all just yeah. It's a bunch of nothing filler space for no reason.
Okay then.
Yeah. So, quick synopsis. This is another show about streamers and YouTubers.
I would say this is more heavily in the YouTube side. While it does feature some streaming content, it's more along the lines of acknowledging that a lot of streamers do YouTube content on the side, and a lot of the YouTube content do streaming on the side.
Yeah, it's definitely more focused on the YouTube video aspect than it is on the streaming, for sure. But it's interesting to see this, you know, finally getting as much representation as it is, because it's been such a major cultural aspect for so long, but pretty heavily ignored until the last, like, 2 seasons here.
It's one of those things where you can just say it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter until, oh, somebody did content about that and now it's making money. It's they've been every other form of industry has been trying to no, YouTube isn't real. Nobody watches that stuff. Nobody likes YouTube. It's they have to acknowledge it as a medium.
Yeah. Also, it's, you know, falling into that bucket, like, similarly to the thing I mentioned earlier with Harry Potter, where it takes a while for that to permeate and to get to the point where there's, like, stuff to adapt about it, and having that stuff then go through the draconian licensing aspect and all that to make it to a final finished anime product. And that timeline often is about 10 to 15 years from the inception of the you know, event that inspires it.
Yep. That being said, okay, so content creator down on luck kicked out of her team, controversy, and then discovers vampires are real, and really want to drink her.
Ayo?
Nothing I said was inaccurate there.
I know. Yeah, so I want to throw out there too that this show, I can't remember if it was the opening or ending, but it's a real banger and definitely worth checking out. That I think it's the ending sequence where they have this whole, like, synchronized dance that the characters do and everything. Very, very interesting. That said, the show itself, I was actually kind of on the fence about this show in episode, like, 1 and 2. Starting around episode 3 or 4, I started to warm up to it. So this might be like a 3 episode show.
That's kind of about where I was. I didn't, episode 1 didn't hook me. Episode 2 I liked. Then 3 I started warming up a lot more. When you actually start, because while there is also a supernatural aspect to the majority of the cast are vampires, and being able to make content with vampires is a really interesting idea.
Until it gets shut down.
Yep. And then this show becomes weirdly, like, the vampire stuff is mostly used for comedic gags, all that as backdrop. But the other point, this show does go into creating content, coming up with ideas, not so much the editing. No, I can understand why shows don't like to show the hours and hours of going over your own voice and how dull and mind-numbing that can be.
They do at least hint at it, though, to their credit.
Yes. For anyone wondering, it's like we either have to bite the bullet and do a crud ton of editing, or we hire somebody out as soon as we can, which is expensive because editing sucks.
Yep. And often those of us, especially who are doing this at like the kind of almost hobbyist or low budget level that we are, where we don't have a big audience already, it's just not affordable to be able to hire somebody to do that.
Low budget.
Especially
I have closer to no budget.
Exactly. My budget's effectively zero for the most part as well. So yeah, like until you're already successful, you can't really hire an editor. But at the same time, it's really hard to be successful without an editor, which is probably one of the major advantages that a lot of like the corporate VTubers have, because they're given like trained and proven editing staff right from the get-go.
And where this is either spend tons of the time you don't have to edit your own videos, or try to get somebody who's trying to get into editing and help them along with it as you learn it yourself. It's part of the reason my own side series is currently on hiatus.
Getting back on topic a bit though, this show definitely looks pretty nice. It's got some solid visual elements to it, some great camera angles. There's like a really nice sequence where they're all like flying through the sky, taking video of the vampires flying around.
I'm gonna say it's such a nice touch to watch. Hey, we're making a video about this thing that looks really cool. Then make
it actually look really cool in the process. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, holy shit. Yeah, no, I would watch a video like that. Fuck yeah.
What was I saying? Oh yeah. So, yeah, it definitely looks nice. I have no real complaints about this other than the first episode or two were a little bit like slow, maybe. It like you definitely have to give it a little time to kind of start rolling. But yeah, the other thing is, as you hinted before, it doesn't actually focus all that much on the fact that they're vampires. It's just like sort of a thing that they are.
Yeah, it's a good. What they're doing is they're trying to give you a good B plot and comic relief. So the mind numbingness that can be video idea storming, creation, shooting, and other stuff don't just be dull, because there is
also the C plot of like this whole trauma she's going through, and like the emotional baggage that comes with like all the negative commentary on YouTube and stuff doesn't weigh too heavily on the audience.
Yeah, which you'd be surprised at how words still hurt people. Or words can hurt.
Be nice to your favorite creators, please. A lot of us get a lot more negative comments from people who don't even absorb our content than we do positive comments. It really means a lot to me, and I'm sure to a lot of other creators out there, when someone takes a moment to say how much they enjoyed something.
Yep. All right. Both wanting to kind of step out of the next one. Let's go.
Next up, quality assurance in another world.
繰り返しの平穏な毎日。それで問題ないと思っていました。あの日までは。
逃げろー！こっちに向かってくるぞー！
ドラゴン？シーカー？
キングスシーカーじゃねえかな。えりすぐりのエリート揃いって噂だぜ。
僕は羽賀と言います。今のうちに報告を済ませておこう。
私は村の宿屋で働いてるニコラです。ひょっとして王様が使わしたっていうシーカー様だったり？
お前真面目すぎだろ。頼りになるのかならんのかわからんやつらだな。
びっくりしたよね。ごめんね。大丈夫、僕は敵じゃないよ。
羽賀さんはあそこで何をされてたんですか？
ドラゴンを近くで観察したくって。
羽賀さん？やっぱり羽賀さんはただものじゃ。
さてどうするか。僕は一人でも仕事を続ける。君たちとは行かない。こいつ不死身かよ。よし、オッケー、パターン入った。だから真面目にチェックしろって言ってるんだ。ニコラさん、村へ戻って。すぐに村に戻ってみんなを避難させてください。
Wow, this just keeps going.
村を襲いに来ます。早く走って。
Yeah, this one's definitely giving us a lot more content than the others did.
今は君を死なせるわけにはいかないんだ。
Alright. This preview didn't really get into what the title hints at all.
Well, funny enough, that's the experience I had with it, because I forgot to read the description when I first started this. So I actually wasn't sure what the hook was until the end of the episode 1.
Yeah, so I actually only managed to watch the first episode of this one so far. I'll probably have a lot more to say when we get to the end of season on this one, especially since I have actually worked in video game QA before. And as the title suggests, this is actually a video game that this person is inside as a QA tester. Though it also has some of that, like, Sword Art Online can't log out stuff going on.
Oh, it definitely has that. There is a lot of interesting things going on with this one. Like, the QA part is the part that I'm really intrigued by, because I don't have that background, and I know a lot of the tropes, a lot of the jokes that kind of come with it. And a little bit I have from video game building, though, I can definitely say it's like, oh, they're doing this to test this. It's like, it's that side of that. And it feels, as somebody doesn't know anything, it feels like they do a funny job with that. I have no idea what the actual accuracy can be on some of that. Of course.
Based off of what I saw in episode 1, it seems okay in that regard so far. I'm not sure if it will, like, how much they'll really explore it.
It does not feel like a lot. It feels like that's a bit they're going to keep active. But this does feel like an SAO era, trapped in a video game kind of bit.
Yeah. I did think it was very interesting that, like, they're still actively submitting QA reports. That was an intriguing element to the show to me. But yeah, I can't talk about this one too much because I really only did see the first episode so far. And that's nothing against the show. It's purely a matter of it was.
There's a reason I've only seen a couple episodes. Yep,
and the fact that I want to give it my full attention.
Yep, I have stuck with this a bit more. I'd say like the QA stuff drops off a little bit after episode 2. But at the same point, the characters are done really strong, and there are some other twists and turns going on that do really help this stand above. You know, honestly, I was going to say it's competition, but We really haven't seen Trapped in a Video Game in quite a while at this point, have we?
I feel like we've had a little bit of it here and there. Usually, mostly more in like the low budget kind of sector. Most of our video game stuff recently has not been trapped in it. We had like a reincarnated into the video game recently.
Oh yeah, that was.
I guess last season it was debatably trapped in the video game. Like the plot premise where he like took that door into
Yeah, no,
the world.
Yeah, I remember that. You are right. I forgot that was technically trapped in a game. A weird double genre there. Weird double, but the pure form we have not seen in a minute.
Yeah. Exactly. This is a more pure take on it, whereas that one was like 2 levels deep, trapped in a game isekai.
Yeah, I would say 2 episodes are a better feel for this one, just because of how much more you kind of get a feel, and the plot kicks in more in episode 2 than it does 1, which there is an active plot.
Episode 1 was mostly just setting up the world for us.
Yes, and a horrendous death too. All right.
I giggle maniacally at the horrible deaths. All right. Next up we have Bye Bye Earth. All right. I know you had asked if I'd watched this one earlier, and I'm assuming that means you have some strong impressions from this.
I do. Have you seen anything on this, or?
I watched the first 2 episodes so far.
Okay. So like I said, it's an anime original, which means they get to be a little bit more smoke and mirrors for a minute with it, without everyone just knowing what the spoiler is or getting it out right away. This show builds its world like you have no idea what it's like. And every time you go through and are introduced to something, you are meant to have to figure it out what it means with no preset knowledge. Well, I almost want to compare this to is jumping into the world of One Piece, like mid-series. Like, you are not going to have any idea what anything going on means, what's happening, why the things are the way they are. You have been plopped in here, and you are meant to sit down and experience it.
Yeah, you do at least get the sense that they're doing that with intent, rather than it just being, like, confusing for the sake that they failed to explain anything.
I thought this would look cool here, so we did it anyways.
Yeah.
This feels like a world where there is mystery set up to it, and that mystery isn't so much of the character figuring out, but the audience themselves figuring out on this journey.
If anything, the mystery is layered upon the character retroactively, but I won't go into that in detail now because it's kind of spoilery. That I think that will be more like an end the series discussion.
Yeah.
I do want to note that it's not just like the background, or sorry, it's not just the world building from like the story sense. There's a lot of visual world building that happens in this show as well. We get some very beautiful Sakuga in episode 1, and although the show isn't one of the ones that like consistently maintains its level of quality at all times in terms of like the character animations, it's never like painful to look at or anything. It's just we do get some exposition scenes that don't have a lot of action going on for the characters. However, that gives more time for the audience to immerse themselves a little bit in the incredibly highly detailed backgrounds and the way that they bothered to, from the world building stance, go into these like really small details, like how lights function in this world. And to me, as someone who's like a big kind of world building connoisseur, that is a delicious meal.
And well, it's like you're saying, like the animation quality might not be always top tier, but I think I'm having a trouble placing anytime I've just seen copy pasted characters. Every character we ran into in this series feels so unique and so animated, like just in their design
the
concepts.
designs are definitely great. Its only failing is that occasionally, during like the slower exposition scenes and stuff, you see them trying to save some budget for the more spectacular scenes.
Yep. Overall, though, I would say episode 1 is where you have to kind of draw the line. It's if you could get past the fact that you are just being dropped into this world and nothing is being explained to you, that you have almost no points of reference, nothing to determine how things work, but are set off to experience it, you will like this show. If you can't immerse yourself in that world like that, this might be a hard watch.
That's fair. And certainly, my experience in episode 2 is they really drip feed you these explanations, which isn't necessarily a bad thing because it means you're not just given like the overwhelming proper noun exposition dump.
This show feels like it's very much going to ride on its ending and overall story. I feel like if after this show is done, I can come back, watch it with somebody else, and have them go through it, and I will experience a completely different show.
Interesting take.
It's been... Yep. Moving on. One episode... Because I know I'm going to have some things I'm going to go all out for in a little bit, probably.
Alright. Next up is Nari Naning Cheer for You. Before I start playing this, because it's something that I'm definitely going to talk about here, I want to point out the background that we're seeing in this still frame. Yeah. So look at the color palettes. Look at the style of like really washed out, like these are photographs that they basically put filters over, and that's a style that we see sometimes, particularly in more contemporary anime that are trying to like save some budget on the backgrounds. But I'll go into this, like just note how these colors look and everything, and I'll talk about this more later.
This is PA Works.
Shocking, isn't it? Wow, that's really all they give you in the opening.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that's probably for the better, because anyone who actually saw more of the series wouldn't want to watch it.
Yeah. For anyone wondering, besides those filtered photographic backgrounds, if you've ever seen idol anime and thought when they start dancing they look a little too CGI-ish,
Oh yeah.
you're not gonna like this show. Only
I'm gonna go ahead.
No, go ahead, finish up.
I'm gonna lead off with the fact that this show is definitely hard skip bucket for me. I cannot justify placing it anywhere else.
You know what? I don't even want to fully explain it because that's about what I feel on this one too. There's like I'm not in the audience for this, and there's nothing I like about it. There is one fact in this show that makes me giggle for all the wrong reasons. We have a character who is a foreign girl with bright blue eyes and Right.
That thing I pointed out.
And long blonde hair. She has a very Catholic name, German ancestry, and is from Brazil.
Which totally makes sense, right? Not only is she from Brazil, but she wears like Brazil colors on her outfit at all times to remind you that she's from Brazil. But she is like so not the ethnic background of Brazil.
Well, oh wait, did I ever go over this with you?
No, I understand. For those who don't know, though, there are a lot of Germans that went to Brazil for really, really bad reasons. And the fact that this show is even possibly, hopefully, unintentionally referencing to that is awful in its own regard.
Or at least eyebrow raising. It's
Yeah, I look up the history on that if you're interested. We won't go into it in detail here, but suffice to say that it's
if it's a mistake, it's hilarious. If it isn't, yeah. I don't even know how to comment on that.
It's a flag for sure.
Ugh.
What I will say is this show is actually physically painful for me to watch. It both induces a certain amount of motion sickness, and the backgrounds actually hurt my eyes. All that like washed out coloring with the weird palettes that I was pointing at. Once that starts actually moving, because you have characters in these high action sequences, it is both visually painful and potentially nausea inducing.
It's a lot. I'll agree with you. I'm gonna put. Funny enough, this isn't the lowest rated show on Crunchyroll on this list.
I don't know how. I have so many more complaints about this show beyond that. Like putting aside that it's definitely not my genre, as like I have no love of cheerleading, I have no love of idol shows, I have no love of sports. The fact that this series is clearly railroading a character that is already totally happy doing their own thing into forcing them onto this cheerleading team to satisfy their needs as the cheerleading team is just an awful premise to me.
This show has a 4.4 on Crunchyroll.
And, which is a really bad rating, by the way, for anyone who's not. Oh wait, no, Crunchyroll. Sorry, I was thinking Mal for a second there. On Mal, if something has a 4.4, that the creator of that show probably murdered members of your family or something.
You particularly.
Yes, you personally.
Crunchyroll, that's honestly a middle of the road score. I really feel like this show is getting by on the cute girls and Yuri bait for the rating it has.
Which truly is the only thing it vaguely has going for it. There's one last thing I just have to point out, which is that, again, one of the characters is being kind of like railroaded in. They're already happy doing their own thing as a free runner, but I want to throw in there that as a free runner, the scenes that they show don't even make sense, because they have them performing all these unnecessary acrobatic maneuvers, which is not free running. That is not what free runners do. And they did that purely to make it more sensical that this free runner character would be of use to the cheerleading squad. like, because the reality is free running is not a skill that actually translates that well into cheerleading. So they had to try to gloss over that by making it feel more like it would than it actually does. And that was their solution to that, and it bothered me.
No, I can definitely understand it. All right. Let's move on to something of note, because I believe that's about the last of the well, let's just keep going.
So for those counting, I believe that was show number 3 that I bounced pretty hard off of.
Oh, okay, yeah, I forgot about that for some reason.
Next up, Twilight Out of Focus. The one we mentioned earlier that had a lot of controversy around it, and presumably is the reason that the Crunchyroll comments section was removed.
カメラを回し続けなきゃ。じんわり涙で視界がアウトフォーカスして滲んでぼやけて曖昧になっても二人が黄昏に溶けるまで。
私土屋真央は同室大友君の秘密、彼氏がいること、ゲイであることを一切口外しません。俺も約束します。土屋君を恋愛対象として見ないこと。主人公のイメージにぴったりなんだわ。久しが同室だろ。一つ屋根の狭い部屋気になった。夜が嫌いだった。居場所なんかなかった。こいつは友達として懐いてくれてんだろうけど、真央、待ってな。
Very friendly
幸せじゃな
there.
いの。俺にしなよ。聞かせてよ。真央の気持ち。お前の本音が聞きたい。
仰せのままに。やめた方がいいよ、映画部。
先輩モテないでしょ。
俺と付き合ってみる。
真央、約束破ってそっち行っていい？俺、そうか俺そうだったんだ。真央のこと、久しのこと、いつからどのタイミングで、きっかけは分かんない。不思議に思わない。ただ一つ言えるのは必然だったと思う。
Huh. So, okay. I'm gonna let you lead on this one because this was a did not watch for me.
Oh,
Because I
shoot.
do usually avoid the boys' love genre. Like, it usually just doesn't hit for me. So if there was something I needed to cut, that was gonna be it. But after watching this, I'm definitely much more intrigued by the fact that this is apparently a very much an openly gay romance. And I'm now curious to hear what you have to say about it.
I didn't watch this either.
Oh, you didn't watch it either? Okay, I guess
Unfortunately,
it was for both of us.
Yeah, this was kind of the ones that was just floating in the background of these modern day slice of life shows that I just couldn't stomach anymore of.
Yeah, a little bit of outside knowledge too. We did have someone that we were expecting to possibly collaborate for this season with us, and they this was one of the shows on their list to watch, which is part of also why neither of us got around to it. But it seems that didn't happen. I will make an effort to at least try this show before we get to the end of season, though.
Yep, I thought I saw you on our other side list. At least started watching it, but
no, not this one.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw this in one episode just because I want to give this a fair shake. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll probably try and watch at the very least the first like 3 episodes. If I can manage to stick with it, I'll try and complete this one for the end of series and review, so
Yep.
we have some coverage on it.
Yep. Other than that, I can guarantee I've at least watched the first 2, if not 3 episodes of everything we have left.
So, it's hard to say where to put this one since it was a did not watch.
Like I said, I'm gonna throw it in one just to give it there because
Yeah,
I
just to have somewhere to put it, if nothing else.
I don't want to throw it in skip because it doesn't look awful.
No, it looks like it's probably pretty good for the context of its genre, and potentially even a little bit groundbreaking. Like, the fact that it got such a vehement response tells me that this might be something of real note, right? But I can't comment beyond that at the moment because I'm just not familiar enough with it.
Yep. All right. Let us check our next one.
Next up, Dungeon People. This was another high dive show.
Yes, it was.
父は異常な強さだった。そんな父がダンジョンに消えて早3年。
マジか。壁崩れるとか聞いてないし。
モンスターが喋った。
このダンジョンの管理をしております。クレイさん、ここで私と働きませんか？
働く？
はい、このダンジョンで。
まさか私がダンジョン探索以外の仕事に。ダンジョンに入り始めて10年。党派半ばにしてダンジョンで働くことになってしまった。
Alright, did you give this one a try, Agent?
Yes, I did. I was actually very much enjoying this one.
Yeah, I will start by saying that it had some much more impressive Sakuga, especially in episode 1, than I was expecting from a show with such simple character models and like the premise that it was giving us.
Yep. Like, honestly, the chibi art style, for especially with how much blood was in this right off the bat, too.
Yeah.
It took itself weirdly serious in the dark turns. It's it's not as dark as something such as Made in Abyss or Girls Last Tour, but almost evokes that same kind of feel.
Yeah, it has a surprisingly dark, like, background to it for something that is ostensibly a cute girls doing cute things dungeon management game. Sorry, dungeon management anime.
Yeah, that's also the comparison. That's also the comparison I was going to make. It's like, this feels like a dungeon manager video game to me.
It very much does, which is super my genre of game, so it has a lot of extra appeal, admittedly, to me from that aspect that may not carry over to all viewers.
Yep.
But this was it's not an amazing show, but it's definitely pretty watchable. And if you're into that kind of dungeon management stuff, it'll tickle your fancy a bit.
Yep. Although I would say 2 episodes, or do you feel like you got it by 1 on this one?
I think 2 episodes, because episode 1 is mostly...
They have a world to set up.
Yeah. Wow! A second funny little raid? Well, thank you so much. Welcome, raiders. Hi, everybody.
Welcome back, I guess, at this point. You just decided to go from another bit.
We've gone full circle.
Or are you checking back in from the raid from earlier?
Welcome again, raiders. We're much closer to wrapping up now. We're on the tail end.
Only
but thank you so much, everyone, for joining us.
3 hours further in. All right. Did you have anything else to say about Dungeon People, or were we ready to do our next trailer?
I think we're ready to do our next trailer.
Okay, then.
Next is Delico's Nursery. As far as I know, this one hasn't actually started airing yet, so it's in a weird spot in terms of release schedule.
All right, this is one of the ones we don't actually have a.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we don't actually have this one on for the list up front, but this is part of airing this season, so we'll at least watch the trailer.
Thanks. I hope you're having a good day too.
Yay!
Thank you so much again for the second read in my same stream. Yes. Everyone in my stream is a little British child.
育児の両立か。無茶を言ってくれる。いいだろう。
Oh, I remember seeing trailers for this.
Yes, our other vampire anime for this season.
条件？
違うよ、これ僕んだもん。お仕事？お仕事って何？
最悪だ。寝てると可愛いんだよな。起きている時も可愛いと思いたまえ。育児というものがどれほど大変か。
ウルにお父様を取られて一人ぼっちだ。
異議を申し立てる。
捜査本部というより子供部屋だな。
では本件における捜査本部をそう名付けることにしましょう。それすなわちナーサリーと。
Such a weird one.
Yeah, it seems at least kind of interesting. Yeah, it definitely it piques my interest if nothing else, but I can't talk about it much purely because it hasn't aired yet.
Yeah, they are. It's for some odd reason that maybe maybe we'll see it on the production quality, but because that feels like it's above and beyond a standard show. So
yeah, it feels a lot like there was that show about like living dolls a few seasons back, and it really feels like that to me.
Yeah, just a high quality of this. It almost kind of reminds me of the Castlevania anime from Netflix.
I feel like the animation style is a bit different from that, but I see where you're going with it. Yeah, that studio has its very specific art style.
Why do I want to say a bit more French for some reason?
Yeah, it definitely has a lot of that like French Victorian era quality to the outfits and everything.
No, not so much the era, but the animation itself.
Oh, like a French animation production.
Yeah, they have a slimmer style for a lot of their characters with a lot more overt lines they like to add.
I could see that a little bit, yeah. All right. Next up we have Tasuketsu.
Tasuketsu. Oh, this one.
Yeah, that one. Also known as like Fate of the Majority, I think.
Yeah. Oh, that was a bad. Oh, that was a bad part.
So this would be another one that I bounced off of pretty hard, actually.
I could see that. This also happens to be the lowest rated show from this season.
Ah, well, I guess I'm not the only one.
With a 2.9.
So what I will say is this is the only real like death game anime this season, and I still can't even really give it credit for that because it's just not really even good at being a death game anime. It sucked.
I don't. It starts off because it's a death game show. By the way, most of the title cards we hear are ripped directly from Crunchyroll. This one is edited like this. Crunchyroll gave it this much of a shit. It's like we don't even have full like a double. It's like it's a manga goddamn rip pretty much. It feels like it tries to be a mind game one. Then it wants to introduce superpowers. It feels like it wants to be all of the death games at once, but did them mediocrely. The only thing I will say is it's not the worst variance of these scenes. It's not completely stupid. Its power system isn't completely crud. It's just bleh overall. It's like it's serviceable, it's passable, it's
I don't know if it's even that. Like, it kind of undermines itself even as a death game anime because it immediately starts to violate its own supposedly pre-established rules, which is such a no-no when you're dealing with this kind of genre where you're supposed to be like utilizing the mind games and mental gymnastics inherent in the in the constraints of the system that's been created, and instead, like, it's a death game where it brings people back to life. Like, what?
that's the one thing I can get going for. It's the problem they're kind of I see with nothing in its rule system I'd find offensively bad or basic. The problem I'm finding with it is everybody in this goddamn show is a 10th level super genius. Like the plans within plans within plans, people are like jumping through. It's like, I only set this up because I knew he would do it. The person's like, well, I did this because I know he would do it. And it's just like you're getting to a few too many levels of contrivance here.
You're playing 17-dimensional chess.
Yeah, and it's just it's one of those very much things. Like even the person commenting is like, I don't know who set this up, but god damn, they're screwed. Everybody's just ripping them apart.
I feel like this is a show, another one of those shows where like the concept could have been good, but the execution is just dismal.
I will say, as a person, I'm in the fan game or death games and edgy bits. I do enjoy this. There are some things that are interesting, if not done greatly. So I'm not gonna put this in the skip, but it's you get one episode in, you have a good idea of what you're getting into. Just don't expect too much.
Yeah, I mean, actually, death games are one of the genres that I've watched pretty consistently. This one I couldn't do it on. So for whatever that's worth for everybody, from my side, this one's a skip.
All right.
Next up, Tensui no Sakuna Hime, or Sakuna of Rice and Ruin.
Ah, the video game.
遥か東方にヤナトの国あり。古来よりこの地では神の世と人の世、二つの世があると信じられている。
桜姫よ、そなたをこの都から追放とする。
わしは何一つ知らぬのじゃぞ。田植えも稲作も。
では諦めるということですね。
それがしがないばかり。
そら仕事は向いてねえんだ。
なな。
知る、大事。
わかったい。
最近鬼どもが騒がしい。おひい様は北条氏米の力を借りるのです。
爆心大水氏のお目覚めだ。
島を救うためにございます。
わしはやはりこの島が好きじゃ。この島を守りたい。
さらば竹指の娘よ。
母上。金太と結がわしの道具を作ってくれた。ミルテが米を炊き、さらなる力をわしにくれた。一人ではない。皆がおる。これが。 米の力だ。
I felt like that went a little too hard for what this show is.
You think so? I don't know. So this is a game, an anime adaptation of an anime-style game that came out a few years back across multiple systems. I did pick up that game. I did play it a bit before I started streaming. It, it's a pretty difficult title, so I can't say I got all that far in it. But it was a very visually stunning game. And I think that aspect of it translated pretty well into the anime.
It has a bit of that classic anime, classic 1960s style that's been kind of making a slight resurgence when it's done properly, at least.
Oh yeah, in terms of like a lot of the secondary characters, like the guy with the huge nose and stuff like that, was a very like classic 60s or 70s era anime
Oh,
style.
it's not Tetsuya. It's who wrote Astro Boy again? Never remember his name. Is it Tetsuya?
I thought it was Tetsuya.
Okay, it's Tetsuya. It's reminiscent of his art style, who granddaddy of anime.
Yeah. Also a little bit of like Mega Man, I guess, to some degree.
That once again, unfortunately, it falls into almost a translation of his early work. That's the first
Heavily inspired by it, yeah.
That's one of those where if you look at most genres and styles we come from, if you're like, oh, this is the guy that started that, you go one generation further back, and it's his adaptation of Tetsuya's work from this.
Yeah. I don't know how well like how much staying power this series really has, because the game, it's a game, so the plot is really just like a setup for you to get into the game mechanics. I don't know if it really has enough to keep it going as a series. I only watched like the first episode of this one. But in terms of visuals, it can be very visually stunning.
Oh, it does a lot of good. There's further episodes it did get to the more I'm guessing which were boss battles in the game, giving more story and context to things. From what I understand, this was a very story-driven platformer / farming sim.
Yeah, like difficult beat 'em up platformer / farming simulator, yeah.
And it does do a decent job of blending that so far. I will say it takes about 2 episodes to get going, just to get to the farming bit, but once you hit there, it's phenomenal. I'm enjoying. This is going to be one of my continued watches, probably.
All right, I'll have to give it a little bit more of a chance.
Yeah, I would say, like I said, 2 episodes in, and then from there you can it's a good place to decide if you do or do not like it.
Yeah, I had nothing I overtly objected over about this show, by the way. I just didn't have a lot of time to watch more of it.
Yep, that's why we are looking for. I am trying to get a third host just because hours in day.
Yeah, nearly 40 or more series per season is just so much to keep up with. All right, next up we have Rick and Morty the anime.
Oh, right, I forgot. I don't think this has started yet, though, has it?
I don't know. I thought it probably had, but I could not find this anywhere.
Neither could I.
So I don't know if it's exclusive to Adult Swim, and not available even on the platforms that usually have that, like Max / HBO. But
see ya, Morty.
You truly are a man of legend, Jerry Smith.
Wait a minute, where's Dad?
You turds are gonna regret messing with the Smith family.
Trust the hell out of this place!
Squash these bug bitches!
Come out, Rick Sanchez!
From
visionary director Takashi Sano.
It's Space Morty!
Comes the all-new anime series.
Let's do it before you change your mind!
Rick and Morty, the anime.
Wait, what in the hell am I doing here?
English language premieres Thursday, August 15th at midnight on Adult Swim. Next day on Max.
Is everybody in the
There's our
shot?
answer.
Okay, big smiles.
August 15th.
Oh.
To be added. Was it just me, or did that have an old Fooly Cooly feel to it?
I didn't really pick that up from it so much.
Not so much like the overall, but like the skits they did and the like high animation levels.
Maybe a little bit, yeah. Okay, here's my thing with this. Why?
Like I said, this feels like a skit, not a series.
Right, like it feels like a gag joke that they would do as like one episode within the actual Rick and Morty show or something, where like they go to the anime world and become anime temporarily. But instead they're doing it as like a full series reboot. And I don't know if this is meant to be just like some kind of crazy meta humor, or if it's just Adult Swim going, Rick and Morty's really popular, and so is our anime stuff. We should make a Rick and Morty anime.
Hopefully this fosters better relationships and we get more created content. So far the stuff Netflix has been helping fund, I've been enjoying, so we will see.
Yeah, I mean, I don't completely hate this or anything. I just...
Okay,
again,
that's a
don't
thing.
understand why. Why did we need this?
I mean, better yet, even if the guy who's directing it wanted to do it, so...
Yeah, I mean, okay. I don't know. Like, I feel like this was just better served as staying its own separate show. And that it didn't really gain anything by becoming anime, but we'll see.
Become
It's hard to
anime.
judge it before we've actually had it air.
All right, what do we got next? I know we got one more besides that that's also not...
Ramen Akaneko is up next.
For
those who don't know, Akaneko is just red cat.
Which is weird for an orange tabby, but...
It's actually the sign on the shop is a literally red cat.
Yeah.
ラーメンや赤猫の店長をやってます文蔵を言います。
このお店はおばの紹介でよろしくお願いします。いらっしゃいませにゃー。こちらどうぞにゃん。あ、自分のおやつっすよ。
人間雇うのって大変だよね。
ブラシ久しぶりです。思ってた仕事とだいぶ違うな。
まかないできたぞ。赤猫スペシャルだ。
This song on the preview goes like so much harder than you'd expect for this show.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna argue that. This is like, why are you pitching this show so hard, trailer? Like, this is not the show for that.
Yeah. All right. Did you want to take the lead on this one, or?
Internet, do you like cat pictures and cat jokes? Well, here's 15-minute skits about cats running a ramen shop.
Yeah, it almost feels like it could have been like a 4 coma that would have been adapted or something.
I think it said it was. It's like the this is a like 10-15-minute episodes, two skits in an episode show of cats running a ramen shop and being either cute, adorable, or mischievous. And
I will note, both. Okay, first off, this series uses a lot of CG animation, and it's not particularly good looking. It's certainly not the worst CG we've seen this season, but it's not good either.
no, it's
Second off, even the 2D animated stuff doesn't look particularly great. So if you're in it for the visuals, this is not the place to go. Also, it part of the appeal of this is clearly supposed to be like ramen food porn, but
It looks so out of place. It looks so out of place.
3D CGI, and it looks terrible. That said, the 3D cat models, while not amazing, do evoke a certain like PBS kids show kind of charm to them. Where like you can almost forgive them for not looking great and not moving quite the way that they should, because
They're not
it's
supposed
just
to.
that kind of show.
Yeah.
They're not supposed to.
Like the Muppets on Sesame Street don't quite feel human.
Yeah. But like you can kind of just accept that as being like the medium that this is presented in, because it's not trying to be anything more than that.
Yeah. Once again, it comes down to cats running a ramen shop. Are there enough jokes that will make you laugh in there to keep you hooked? I honestly, one episode, I don't have any problems with this, but the gags are just.
I will say, as a big cat person, I didn't make it past episode 1 of this, and I don't know that I'll go back for more.
I watched up to episode 3. It's just it's that same concept over. It's like, oh, well, making the noodles. Well, oh, like this is how you advertise. It's like it almost feels slice of lifey after a while. It's because say they're cats.
It's almost a borderline healing anime, but not quite.
Yeah, you're still running a job. Yeah. All right. Let's finish this up. Sorry.
All right.
Down to our final 4.
Grandizer U. Frustratingly, this one does not appear to have been licensed, so I don't think that there is or is going to be in the near future anywhere that you can watch this legally.
This show. This is the one that didn't get fucking licensed. A Go Nagai show.
Yeah, I could tell right from the get-go that this was super up Agent's alley, and it's gonna be very painful that it didn't get picked up.
その代わり俺が大輔さんの分まで怒ってやる。
あれはマジンガー Z コウジ君の相棒ね。あなたの
Direct Mazinger reference, okay?
この勝負私の勝ちね。ないひどい婚約者のことを忘れるなんて。
Also, this theme is going super hard.
Like, no, that's just Mazinger Z. Okay, you care if I go on a little bit of a tangent here for a second?
Feel free. I know that this is definitely something that you'll have strong thoughts on.
All right, so for references, anyone who's paying attention there might have, or if we've not been muted off of it, we made references to Mazinger Z. The reason that one in particular is important is that is what's considered to be the origin of the entire mecha genre. And is the, well, not the very first Super Robo, is the series and robot responsible for that. Its original creator, Go Nagai, is also a creator of Grendizer in general. Grendizer also being a part of that franchise's story and lore, meaning we're getting a reboot and sequel, or new story even, possibly. It's a lot to unpack with that one.
Reboot slash sequel slash spin-off.
Oh, there's a lot to unpack there. Of one of the quintessential classics finally getting possibly released outside of Japan, and they don't. And as somebody who loves that old school, that loves the building on that, loves the mecha genre, and so the fact that we got so much other schlock in something like this doesn't even get licensed is heartbreaking.
It's a real kick in the face to genre fans. Even more so because we truly had no competition for this season.
There is not a single mecha show on the docket here.
Which is crazy considering how dominant mecha used to be as a genre.
Yep. Well, that is a discussion for another time. I will probably be trying to find this show later on my own. If I do, we might bring it up at the end, but this has to be cut from the list because it's not watchable currently.
Yep, unfortunate. Alright, next up we have Kiniko Man Perfect Origin Arc, which is kind of a remake of another classic and a Netflix release.
And my emotions flip. Wrestling!
正義超人の運命はこの荒馬に託された。
So, weirdly enough, based off of the stills I saw of this, I thought that this was a CGI, like an entirely CGI remake. But that does not appear to be the case.
No, it is not. Or if it is, it's massively hidden.
I think that they're definitely using CGI for some of the scenes, but I don't think it's just like one of the Netflix poorly cel-shaded schlops that we've seen. Like, I was afraid this was going to be another Berserk. Well, I'm glad I put the violence warning on the screen now.
By the way, this is the most violent show on the list tonight.
試合が始まったらもう邪魔はできん。
And that is a classic face right there that anyone who's a longtime anime fan will probably recognize, even if, like me, you never watched the original show.
So anime wrestling. If you're a fan of wrestling, watch this show. If you're a fan of, if you just like like the WWE, New World Japan, whatever the hell the French have. They have their own league. I just cannot remember it off the top of my head. This show is all the tropes, all of the craziness, with even a bunch of tributes to past lore or past stories and great names in the old genres and albums of. If you're not, this sounds weird. That just sounds weird as fuck. I can completely understand. This show's hilarious. This show is the most macho, bloody. Yeah, you saw a man get impaled. It's that's not even the most violent thing I've seen on here. I technically have to put a suicide warning on this show.
Unaliving warning.
I'm sorry, yes, unaliving. Yeah, it's... And on top of that, it's done really beautifully, technically, too. I can't not giggle and laugh at this show, but I'm hyped the entire time. The one thing I did want to comment on, I've only recently been made aware of. Netflix has been taking these older shows like the Kinnikuman show here, Devilman, and other such. And even you might want to count Castlevania, and taking those stories and just animating the best arc in it. Episode 1 on this is a recap of older manga events to get you up to where you need to be for this story arc.
That's awkward.
It really does. Episode 1 felt like a YouTube lore video.
Yeah, so, like, my interest in this show has gone up a lot, actually, after watching the trailer. Originally, I was under the impression that this was going to be a style of, like, cel-shaded CGI.
Similar to
that we've
Baki
seen
the
in other
Grappler,
recent-
or
yeah, like the Baki remake, for instance. And I was just not on board for that. It hurts my soul to see something that was originally a like hand animated masterpiece be reborn as this like B tier CGI junk. But seeing that this got a little bit of a better treatment at least gives me some interest in it. And I'll probably at least check it out a little bit before we go to end of season.
the one thing I will say is, besides just the wrestling part in this side, if you're somebody who can't take just absolutely I think that trailer did help give out the event that this show is bonkers. This show, when I mean that, I don't mean it's just gaggy. I mean it takes itself completely and absolutely serious. When the Super Warrior,
the main character looking like they are a living gag,
which he really is, it's I mean, for one of like just a little bit of the backdrop of the story, because I loved so much about this. The Super Warrior from the planet Jupiter comes down, whose entire theme is tractor tires, comes down and puts skid marks into the skin of Captain Canada.
Interesting. I don't know what to make of that.
And that's the level of, what would be the best way to, that what would be called pulp fiction, just that over the top stupid and ridiculousness of
not the literal movie Pulp Fiction, but the genre of Pulp Fiction.
Yes, sorry to be clear there. Or the golden age of comic books in the US. That level of crazy. That's what this show vibrates. Like, it's on that wavelength. It knows it, but it takes itself seriously. That being said, I do have to say it's episode 1 is a recap. It's so weird seeing that. It's such an old show. It's just because it's meant to be a jumping on point.
All right.
I'm gonna say 3 episodes, just because that's when the stories kicks on.
I haven't watched it, so I'm gonna 100% trust your judgment there.
All right, what do we got? Final 2. What do we got here?
Final 2. All right. Next up is Plus-Sized Elf. Quick warning: this is definitely the lewdest anime this season. The only one that has like outright nudity in it. And wow, does it ever? This is that like 75% of the episode you can expect to be naked anime titties. So if that's not your thing, give this one a wide berth. The other thing is that despite the title, or perhaps because of it, I have gotten complaints from some other folks I've spoken with that the show is somewhat fat phobic. Like expect some mild to moderate fat phobia from this season. And I'll talk a little bit more about my perspective on that after we watch the preview here.
異世界からゲートを通ってこの世界へ来てお太りになられて帰れない。
Hang on. We need some subtitles apparently.
異世界からゲートを通ってこの世界へ来てお太りになられて帰れない。ちなみに何をしに？
決まっている。それは
まさか戦略？
フライドポテトを食べるためだ。
Wow, these subtitles are awful.
そんなことのために。
Yeah.
なんだ。フライドポテトは神が与えし神聖な食べ物だ。見てしまいましたか。いかにも私はダークエルフ。魔力を取り戻すためこじりにするのよ。ゴー食べちゃうぞ。何見てんだよてめえら。こちらの食でついた脂肪にはこちらの知識で対抗せねばと。エルフは定期的にフライドポテトを摂取しないといけない掟なのだ。
ダメですよ。ダイエット期間中はフライドポテトは禁止です。野菜中心の食生活を。
フライドポテトは野菜だろう。禁止なんて断るぞ。無理です絶対。
I'm not sure why they segued into that little Bochi segment at the end there, but all right.
Yep.
Did you have any thoughts you wanted to express on this before I dive into my piece?
Your piece might be better than mine to start with, because I feel like you might just tread over some of mine territory too in a better way.
Okay, fair enough. So, obviously, like the core of this show is a certain degree of fat fetishism, and the like kind of way that they're able to sort of get away with that. Like I mentioned earlier that like there's these like in between steps that Japanese culture needs to take in order to get to where it needs to be for proper representation in like the LGBTQ space. And I think that this show is one of those kind of baby steps on the path to body positivity and acceptance. And what I mean by that is like they kind of get away with being sort of quote unquote allowed to do the fat fetishism that they have in the show by way of having the counterbalance to that be that they're trying to lose weight, and that one of the main characters is like sort of a weight loss coach, functionally, who works at like a health spa / clinic. So the representation in here isn't great, understandably, and I can understand why a lot of folks with more Western sensibilities would bounce off of that and be a little bit put off by the way that the characters are being portrayed and by the lack of acceptance that we're seeing for them in the series, and the way that being overweight is being portrayed solely as like a failure of willpower, and of like good habits on the part of the people who are overweight, which isn't necessarily reflective of reality, right? But it is very, very much the highly ingrained cultural perspective in Japan. And that is a place where it is simply unacceptable to be overweight. And by overweight, I mean people panic over a couple of kilograms. And
oh, belly.
yeah, like the ingrained culture there is one of that frankly is really unhealthy, in terms of like the extreme need to maintain a specific weight, which isn't even necessarily the best indicator of overall health, right? Um,
Yeah, I think I remember bringing that up one of our last streams of my healthy weight is around 200 pounds.
yeah, that came up before, right?
Yep.
Which is not typical for most people, but some people that's just what it is, right? Um, and so like you have these girls a lot of times in anime that are panicking because they gained like 3 kilos, but these are teenagers that are growing up and they're supposed to be gaining weight because they're growing. Like it, it's yeah. So I'm not gonna belabor that part too much, but I did need to lay a little groundwork to explain that this series is by way of even allowing this to be something that is sexualized, in my opinion, actually taking a step in the right direction towards allowing this to be something that eventually becomes normalized and accepted. Even though here it's being displayed as more of like a joke and played up for humor and for sexualization, if we look back at other aspects of culture, that is the path that all of them have had to take in the anime realm to start to make that headway. Like,
You gotta convince the pervs first.
I, it's I can't disagree with that statement in a lot of senses. Like realistically, like acceptance of so many things has started with its portrayal in like hentai and really ecchi anime. Um, and until you can get the people who are willing to uh the people who enjoy it on some level to be allowed to enjoy it and feel comfortable enjoying it, you won't be able to take that next step of um allowing it to become more normalized and then allowing that uh dialogue to progress. And so the two ways that we historically see this happen over and over are humor and sexualization. And this show is doing both of those things simultaneously. And I, it's so hard to explain to a Western audience why this is a good thing, but if you look at it from that perspective, from the perspective that this is breaking new ground with regards to something like this even being something that is allowed to be shown, allowed to be laughed at, allowed to be frankly fapped to, is itself a huge deal and a huge step in the right direction, even though it feels very very backwards and maybe very not enough or very perhaps inaccurate and things like that in a lot of ways to uh, an audience that is used to 30 to 50 years of more progress on the acceptance of this topic.
Yeah, I can definitely see where you're coming from on that end, but this is also a show about somebody who wanted to write a bunch of fanficky scenes with a hot, chubby elf and worked dieting into the script to get it published.
And that's exactly what I'm getting at, right? Like
Yep.
the fact that they had to put dieting in there to get it published is just the way that the culture that they're operating within functions. So this is clearly something where like this is someone who loved this and wanted to share it, but the only way that they could do that was through allowing it to be published through the lens of how the general public would see it as being unacceptable.
Yep. No, that's a very good point on that bit. I do agree with that. It's once again, it's also chubby elf Ichi show.
It sure is. It's also a little bit of a food porn show, and very much a weight gain fetish show, on top of being like a fat fetish show.
Yep, interesting thing on that. We'll see how. At least we don't have to have another not hentai section this season. You know what you're getting for what episode 1 of this show. Well, you watch that.
Oh yeah.
You know what this is about.
That said, it is kind of a nothing show. Like, it really is there just for the porn. Don't expect any amazing plot or anything like that. But
Plenty of plot.
Yes, quote unquote plot. It has plenty of that.
And cake.
Yes, tons of cake. And tummy. Interestingly, which is something that we don't see a lot. But if seeing cute, chubby elf girls is something that appeals to you, and you want to see them naked, and you can get past that culturally inspired kind of fat phobic archetype surrounding this, absolutely give it a watch. You'll have a great time.
Yep. All right, take us on home. What do we have at the end of this?
Last up is the magical girl and the evil lieutenant used to be arch enemies.
魔法少女を倒す使命、それは他でもない私のものだ。
悪の参謀、そこまでです。あなたの好きにはさせません。
私はどうしてしまったんだ。悪のエリート人生が狂わされている。
未完成なままでいいの。エンドの花はいらないから。
思い出せ、私は悪、その権限。
参謀さんは本当に優しい人。こんな人が悪の組織だなんて不思議。
くそー、可愛いな、可愛すぎる。
俺も補佐することになったぞ。
酒買ってこいや。
彼女は見つかいとやらに騙されている。
全部俺のもんだ。
毎日参謀さんのことばかり考えています。
終わらせよ、この関係を。我々は敵同士なのだから。
小さな幸せを
次会う時は殺し合うことになるかもしれない。三森白夜は失格だ。
私がやる。憧れてたからやめません。参謀さんに会えたから。
魔法少女。
参謀さん。
明日こそ。
明日も会えますか？
Alright. This preview made this seem like more of a serious romance, but the reality is this is more of a gag anime.
It is a bit, but it does have a weirdly serious undertone with the magical girl side of it, at the very least.
It kind of does, yeah. It sort of straddles a border there. This is a lot like if you took the show about the evil guy who's obsessed with pandas that we had a couple seasons ago, and crossed it with the, the Power Ranger that's in love with the evil villainous show that we had several seasons back.
Oh yeah, this it's interesting because once again, this isn't a show I had any big love for, but it's entertaining. I love what the little gimmick of the magical girl has to do all the magical girl stuff, and still has to kind of try to make rent and do her job.
Side note, her magical girl mascot cat is literally pimping her out.
Yeah, there's might be a little bit more to unpack with that than there is normally.
Yeah.
I like I said, this one gets a bit darker, even to the point where like the lieutenant is honestly the nicest thing. The evil person trying to kill her is the best thing that ever happened to her life at this point.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now I won't say I'm fully caught up on this one. I think I've only watched like the first 2 episodes, but
I would say episode 1 is where you need to just, you know what this show's about right off the bat there.
yeah. Now, to me, like, I think surface level, this is the kind of show that wouldn't appeal to you because of the romance aspect. But on the other hand, the like evil villain society sort of uh piece to it, I had pegged as something that would definitely have appeal to you and maybe carry this show for you.
It's a bit there. The fact that the romance is a lot of the revolving pits, it throws me off a little bit just because I don't know. There's something for me from like fully digging into this. Maybe I just need to watch it in a better mood or at some point. But this hasn't quite caught on for me as hard as it probably should, I feel like. But it's not something that's repelling me yet either.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think 1 episode is probably a fair bet for this show. It's certainly an interesting concept. I can't say anything really negative about the execution. It has some surprisingly nicely animated scenes for the type of show that it is. Probably a cut above par for this sort of subgenre that it's in.
Yep, and we are going to export this and save it for later now too, everybody. We have our final tier list.
All right. Thank you so much to everyone who stuck with us through all this for the last 4.5 hours.
Yep, this has definitely been something. Oh, do I even have anybody on?
Excellent question. I'll check on my side too.
No, one anyone particular I want to jump onto. How about you?
Oh, hey, look, Agent is streaming. I could raid them.
Yeah.
No one that I like definitely would say we need to raid, but there are a couple people that I've raided and stuff a couple times in the past on. If we really need someone to kind of randomly select, we could go with maybe Catbake Neko.
If you don't have anyone too great, we can just end it here. I know this is a bit later than even my audience normally goes with. I don't know how bad it is for your audience.
Fair enough. Or maybe we would just want to. Wow. Oh. That is a very shockingly short list that it's giving me. I was trying to look at like similar or smaller size in the available to raid section, and it only gave me like 5 people.
Yeah, that might be a bit. Okay. Well, just what was one of those? Just send that to me. We'll head over to there.
Yeah, why don't we just do Catbake Neko then?
Yep.
Because they're on that list too.
Yep.
I will send you that name.
Yep. Just a second, everybody. There we go.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. I hope this was enlightening for everybody, and we look forward to seeing you all again at the end of the season for the end of season roundup.
Yep. Oh, Yuki, you have your next stream planned out yet?
I do not. I pretty much stream whenever I'm able to find the time to do so, and it's unfortunately pretty difficult for me to predict when that will be. I know a lot of times that I definitely won't be, but it's hard to say when I will be.
Okay, and I should be back this Sunday with our casual stream again. I believe I'll be doing more Yu-Gi-Oh! But as for everyone else, we hope to see you at the end of the season review. Later.
Yep. I'll probably be around sometime this weekend. Night night, everybody. Matini.